Madam Mayor, we're currently live.
Thank you. Welcome to the 12th of October 2020 Central Coast Council Ordinary Meeting. Due to rapidly evolving events in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it is agreed for everyone's safety to conduct tonight's ordinary meeting remotely. I remind our viewers we are still bound by a public health order that currently restricts large gatherings in confined spaces and requirements in physical distancing. Council have responsibility to ensure our community, staff and councillors are safe, and that includes creating safe environments. Our priority is the safety of our community, staff and councillors. It is with that in mind that we monitor the circumstances week to week and consider all the factors. To remain up to date with current information, check out federal and state government websites. For council-run facilities and events, please check our website. Being COVID-19 safe is everyone's responsibility. Please play your part by ensuring you practice physical distancing, good hand hygiene, and stay at home if you are sick. Avoid crowded places that would limit you to being able to physically distance yourself from others. If you are in a crowded space, for example on public transport, please take precautions and wear a mask. I'll keep this short and sharp as we have a lot to get through tonight. There are some hard decisions that need to be made and in the best interests of our community. Please, this is not the time for political point scoring. The community rely on us as councillors to act in their best interests. Thank you. I will now hand over to Acting CEO Jamie Loader to run through some of the specifics of tonight's meeting. Mr. Loader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight's ordinary council meeting will be conducted remotely. This is in accordance with the amendment to the Local Government Act 1993, the Act, Section 747A, COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions, Clause 1A, Roman numeral 1, which commenced on the 25th of March 2020 and was put in place for a period of 6 months. In accordance with the amendment to the Local Government General Regulation 2005, Section 413L, COVID-19 pandemic extension of prescribed period has now been extended to 25th of March 2021. Councillors, you are still required to adhere to the relevant policies and procedures, including the Code of Meeting Practice and Code of Conduct. I note that councillors have been provided guidelines on how the ordinary meeting will be conducted tonight, but for those attending via webcast, I would like to advise the following. Councillors will be required to move or second an item by way of showing of hand, indicate they wish to speak on any item by showing of hand. Once identified, the councillor will have 3 minutes to speak when the Mayor calls on them. Ask questions by showing of hand, and if required, the relevant ELT member will become visible for the question to be asked or responded to. I note that questions are required to be put succinctly and without debate. For any other items, showing of hand is required. Remain visible during the meeting. If they are no longer visible, they will be determined to have left the room. Voting will be conducted by a show of hands and the Mayor will call off the names for and against. Councillors are asked to keep their hand visibly raised for their vote. Those councillors or staff who have pecuniary interest on items, they will be removed from the webcast during discussion and returned once completed. If there are any technical issues during the meeting, the Mayor will be advised accordingly and provide those in attendance an update. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Loader. I remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being recorded and webcast, so please be mindful of what you say. Please make sure that you turn your electronic devices to silent and ensure that you are free from any interruptions, as it will make it hard to hear what is going on. Councillors, the oath that you took when you were elected, and I ask you to be true to that tonight. We have some really important decisions to make for our community. Please keep your comments respectful to each other and to staff. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Dark and Young people on which we meet today. Pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, I note that Councillor Gale was granted a leave of absence for this meeting. However, she subsequently gave notice that she would now be attending the meeting tonight, and the leave of absence will now be rescinded as per Section 2343 of the Local Government Act 1993. Councillors, are there any requests for leaves of absences for future meetings? Nope, I see no hands. Thank you, councillors. Do I have a mover and seconder for the apologies and the leaves of absences. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, all those in favour, please raise your hand. That would be unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I now move to item 1.1, disclosure of interest. The first item, are there any disclosure of interests? At the moment, councillors, I have no declarations. I will move that way that there are no declarations to be. Oh, Councillor Sundstrom. He has a declaration, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, oh.
Just a
Yes.
question before I do. We're dealing tonight with extension of time for those councillors going on, or the remaining on the Hunter Regional Central Coast Planning Panel.
Yep.
And there's a fee for appearance on those. I
That's
think
correct.
would mean that that would rule me out for that item if we discuss it.
I'll seek some clarification. Ms. Sullivan?
Apologies, Councillor Sundstrom. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, there's an item in the agenda regarding the extension of the members of the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel. That panel, for those that appear, it attracts a fee, and I'm just of the opinion that I might need to declare on that item as a pecuniary interest and exclude myself from discussion, etc.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think to some extent this is probably similar to the setting of the fees, for councillors. However, given that it is seeking to extend specifically named councillors, it may be appropriate to declare a pecuniary interest in the matter.
Thank you. In that case, I don't have the number in front of me. If I could have some assistance there, I'll declare a pecuniary interest and ask to be removed for any debate that might take place.
Sorry, yep, just a moment. I'll tell you what the number is. Sorry, everybody.
I'll also note that the form on our
3.7, Councillor Sundstrom, would be 3.7. So you're declaring on 3.7?
yes, and I'll note that the hub, the form for declarations, was not operational.
My understanding is that the hub, we had some technical difficulties at the moment. So thanks. Councillor McGregor, you had a question?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. It's regarding the same matter. My understanding was that our terms had ceased and that the council needed to appoint or reappoint new delegates, and that the staff recommendation was those who'd been on it previously would continue in their role. Is that the case, or have I misunderstood?
Ms. Sullivan?
It is a reappointment, so they have ceased, so people need to be appointed to the roles. So the term of those current councillors has ceased.
Okay, well, given that the term has ceased, then I don't feel the need to declare a pecuniary interest in it, seeing as that I'm not currently on it anymore at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGregor. Okay, I've got a whole heap of hands now, so I'll just go down to Councillor Smith and then Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar to Councillor Sundstrom, and just for an abundance of caution, I will also declare a pecuniary for the same reason that I think I'm put forward as an alternate. And so if that matter is debated, I will be excluded from the virtual chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin, I'll just unmute you. Thank you.
Just a question. I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the briefings. Are we going to go through the whole new paper, or are we just going to deal with some of the major issues?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay, then.
That is correct. So what item will you tell me? What item?
I think it's the entrance north coastal erosion.
We won't be
update.
dealing with that matter tonight.
All right. I think I previously declared a less than significant non-pecuniary on that one.
Okay.
In the previous time, so we're not going to do it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
It's not my intention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor. So I have Councillor Smith and Councillor Sundstrom declaring. We have no others. So therefore, can I get a mover to accept the disclosure disclosures of interest. Councillor Gale, seconded by Councillor Hogan. All those in favour? Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, Councillor McGregor's question raised a question for me as well. Then, if the thing is that the term's concluded and we have to be nominated, if I'm not in the room where the nomination's happening, I probably can't accept that nomination. So, can I get some clarification on that?
Ms. Sullivan.
I'd be happy to continue. I just don't want my declaration to exclude me. In that case.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that you've probably made your position clear to council. So if you did choose to leave the room for having declared a pecuniary interest, I think you've already explained that you would be happy to continue.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that, mate.
That's all right. Okay, so I've got Councillor Gale, Councillor Hogan seconding. All those in favour of the disclosure of interest, please raise your hand. Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Gale, can you just tilt your screen a tad? I kind of see most of your window. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That just makes it a bit easier, thanks. Okay, moving on, councillors, to 1.2, which is the confirmation of the previous minutes. Do I have a mover to adopt the previous minutes? Councillor Gale, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Of the minutes. Okay, we have Councillor Matthews. Sorry, Councillor. So this is the confirmation of the minutes. So I'm having trouble seeing some hands. Councillor Best, is your hand up or down? Up. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Moving on. Councillors, I'll now be moving a procedural motion which is displayed on the screen. The purpose of the motion is to focus on the urgent and important matters for consideration. So my motion will be 1, that council defer all the items with the exception of the following to an extraordinary meeting to be conducted remotely Monday, 19 October 2020 at 6:30 p.m. The items that will are 1.3, notice of intention to deal with matters in confidential session. Item 1.4, mayoral minute, confidential staff matter. Item 1.5, mayoral minute, establishment of the Finance Committee to oversee Council forensic audit, financial audit, and the 100-day action plan to recovery. Item 3.7, Council representative for the Hunter and Central Coast Regional Planning Panel, late report. Item 3.8, serious financial situation, late report. Notice of motion 6.2, collapse of confidence in Council's internal controls and financial management. 2, that in accordance with clause 10.32, the Code of Meeting Practice, Council recognise this issue for consideration tonight are of great importance to the whole of the council, and as such, the time limit on debate in accordance with the clause 10.31 of the Code of Meeting Practice is to be lifted for this meeting. 3, that council formally resolved to conduct an extraordinary meeting remotely on Monday, the 19th of October at 6:30 p.m. for the purpose of considering those items not dealt with at this meeting tonight, and the appropriate notice be given of this meeting. Do I have a seconder for my motion or for my procedural motion? Councillor Sundstrom, thank you. Councillors, I understand there's a couple. From the chat button. Councillor McGregor, you have a question? Sorry, I'll unmute. Oh, you can unmute.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor, just a question. Given the gravity of some of the nature of the things we have to deal with tonight, I just want a clarification if all of these matters had to be debated or if, as per what we normally do, there was any of them that could be endorsed through the exception model.
Good question. So I guess Ms. Sullivan, can we look at any of those items to go through exception? Is that up to or before?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely, council could, once they determine that these are the items for consideration tonight, could determine to consider them by exception. However, it was my understanding that most of these items council wanted to discuss specifically.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Are you any further questions, Councillor McGregor?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holstein, you have a comment? Councillor Holstein?
Yeah, I do have a comment, Madam Mayor, and you may well take it on in your mayoral minute. I was wondering whether the councillors in regard to 1.5 mayoral minute, 3.8 financial report and 6.2 notice of motion would deal with them concurrently, allowing councillors to record their lack or which of support with each action point of the combined motion, at which point a final motion is then put. And if you accept that, Madam Mayor, that's fine. If you don't, I'd like to put forward my case on why that should be considered.
Sorry, you did break up a little bit. So what items were you referring to, Councillor Holstein?
Items 1.5, 3.8 and 6.2
Right.
with concurrently.
Yep.
Allowing councillors to record their lack of support or not on each action point of the combined motion, at which point a final motion will then be put to the council, which combines all three facets together.
So I hear what you say. So item 1.5, the mayoral minute, establishment of the finance committee, there really is only one action item in that. Do you think that needs to be?
If you wanted that separate then, Madam Mayor, then I would move the other that 3.8 and 6.2 would be dealt with concurrently.
Okay, I'm happy for that.
And can I just say, Madam Mayor, the rationale is to try and bring together three motions all along the same lines of our current financial issue. This makes it easier to record, it easier to report back to our community on, and just allow some consistency. It might take a little bit of extra time, but allows every councillor to then have their say, and we get a general consensus on how we move forward on what I have to say is the most important issue this council has ever had to deal with.
Sure. I'm happy to have 3.8 and 6.2 combined, but I think 1.5 really isn't contentious and it should be just be able to be dealt with.
Well, if that's the case, Madam Mayor, there won't be any argument for the first 4 points of that, and we move on.
Okay, thank you.
The case.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Sullivan, can you just give me some? Okay, that's in there. So, okay, so that council consider item 3.8 and 6.2 together to be dealt with concurrently. So, do I have a second for Councillor Sundstrom? Are you happy with the change to that? You still want to second that motion? Great, okay. Councillors, I therefore will put the procedural motion moved by myself, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Can I clarify, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, it is down the bottom.
I'm not seeing it on the screen.
Yeah, point 4, that consider item 3.8, serious financial situation, and item 6.2, collapse of confidence, to be dealt with concurrently.
Okay, righty.
Okay, all right. I will now put that the procedural motion moved by myself, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Burks, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor. All those against. Councillor Best, are you up, down and around? Are you for or against the procedural? Oh, still can't. He's an up. So Councillor Best is an up, is for it, and against, I'll now call the against. Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin. I therefore declare it carried. Thank you. Councillors, item 1.3, which is the notice of intention to deal with matters in closed session. The next item, 1.3, sorry, I note that we have one item to be dealt with in closed session, and that's an additional report which was issued for this item 1.4, mayoral minute staff matter. My understanding is the hub had a problem, and I understand now that you should have now got that by email, and I apologise for that lateness, but it should be in your emails now. It's a staff matter, so therefore it needs to be in closed session. So I'm moving, and on the hub, Ms Sullivan has said. So I'm moving that this matter be considered in closed session. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Smith, thank you. All those in favour of the mayoral minute in closed session, please raise your hand. Oh, Councillor Best, sorry. No? Okay, thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand in closed session. No? So you do understand when it's a staff matter, you cannot discuss it in normal. Thank you, Councillor Best. I hear you. Okay. It's a staff matter. So in closed session, Councillor Holstein, where are you at? Closed session. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Vincent, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Gale, Councillor Burt, Councillor Sundstrom. Sorry, here's a question. He does have a question. Councillor Best, this is. Councillor Best, your question. Sorry, I can't hear you. I haven't got your mute on. I don't know what's happening.
I'm back.
Oh, I can hear you now.
There's all this Zoom. I'm going to Zoom myself out of the world soon.
Yep.
Look, I understand tonight's a very fascinating event for all of us, but Madam Mayor, quite frankly, this matter that's now going into confidential, that has arrived on our screens minutes ago,
Correct.
item 1.4, I feel is just shockingly unacceptable for transparency and timeliness for this council to make a decision. That item 1.4 is an absolute monumental issue that is going to change the future of this council in every way, and we have had 1.5 minutes notice. No wonder we are in the mess we're in. We were on Zoom this afternoon for almost 2 hours, Madam Mayor. 2 full hours, and the staff did not have the grace, courtesy or decency to provide us with 1.4, which if I could explain what it was to the public, they would be seething to believe that
So
we
what's
as
the question, Councillor
well,
Best?
the fact that this has come late, this should not be coming to us like this. This is
Okay,
unacceptable.
I take that on board. Thank you, Councillor Best, but the nature of it's confidential, and I
may
didn't
very well
think it
be.
was fair. I didn't think it was fair that if it got leaked to be
Oh,
out in the arena.
Well,
Thanks,
I move an
Councillor Best.
alternate motion,
No,
Madam
well,
Mayor. I
sorry,
do. I move an
Councillor.
amendment. It hasn't been put.
Yeah.
I move an amendment that this matter not be heard tonight and be deferred to your extraordinary meeting so councillors can discuss it among themselves. Courtesy. And for our ratepayers.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillors,
Yep.
this is not the way to go about. I know we're all under pressure. We've got hundreds of millions of dollars of pressure upon us right now, and a lot of please explains. But you do not go about the trust that you've been given by the ratepayers making these decisions in 30 seconds. We haven't even talked among ourselves, and we're going to take this decision. And look, I understand the decision that's being offered to us. It's a bit like, you know, what do you want, a gun or a bomb? But the outcome may be similar, but we need to talk about it. And this is no way to do it tonight, just to ram it through like this, and everybody runs off into the distance and blames somebody else. We've got to take responsibility for this, as has the General Manager, as have the staff and those that have brought this upon the ratepayers. And skating along on thin ice like we're doing right now, it's just unbecoming of a democratic process. It's just shocking. And I'm sorry I can't be more direct to my ratepayers, Madam Mayor, but I understand the confidentiality I have to manoeuvre around here.
Great, thank you. Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but I don't need to speak to it other than to say I agree that something that's come with this amount of, or this lack of notice when it is a significant issue, I just think it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. So therefore I'll put the amendment as moved by Councillor Best second. Oh, sorry, did anybody want to speak? Councillor McGregor? Sorry, Councillor McGregor, you're speaking against?
I was speaking against the amendment.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and everyone who's watching the podcast, obviously there are very strict legal confines around what we can say. I can confirm that I received the email with this information at 6:46 p.m. from staff. I cannot disclose exactly what it is, obviously, but given the serious nature of it and the position that we're in, I believe that this should be dealt with tonight. It's particularly challenging to speak around this given the nature of it with the legal constraints and otherwise, but we're in charge, whether you like it or not. We were voted in by the people to make very difficult and very serious decisions. Now, some things can be planned and go for some time. Other things might hit you in the face like they did to us on Tuesday, of which we had no knowledge about until it did. And that's another one that we're gagged on and can't speak about. But we are paid that high sum of $30,000 to make serious decisions on behalf of the ratepayers, the residents, and our relevant constituencies. This has come as somewhat of a shock, potentially not so much of a shock, but we are still here to be making decisions about things. We cannot run away from our duty and our obligation. Just because decisions are difficult or because they're things that you do or don't agree with doesn't mean that you can't just pull yourself out of it. We're put here to make our minds up and to represent the people on these things. And whether we get short notice or we get lots and lots of notice of things, we've still got to make the best decision that we can or believe that we can make on the best information we can get. And given, I'm probably going to say this a lot tonight, but given the gravity of this particular item, it is particularly important that we do respond effectively, rationally, and considerately to what has been put before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gregor. Councillor Vincent, did you want to speak against? Yes.
It was more of a question to you, Madam Mayor. So as someone who understands the meeting procedure, knows what's needed as far as confidentiality, your view to take us into this confidential session is because that's the appropriate place that we discuss this. And are you providing us with the environment, which Councillor Best is saying that you're not, to be able to have these discussions?
Councillor Best, under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, we have to move into confidential in relation to a staff matter. Again, it's very difficult tonight, some of the situations that we had to make. And as the Mayor, I believed that it was prudent to withhold up until the last point about that confidential mayoral minute, because I have concerns that that information would be leaked to the public, and I don't believe that the information contained was it shouldn't get out to the public before we resolve what we need to resolve. So I will take it. I made that decision. It was meant to be on the hub. Unfortunately, we had a meltdown with the hub, and therefore it was unavailable on the hub. And for that, I apologise. It was meant to be on the hub this evening before the meeting. My understanding is we had a hiccup with the hub, and therefore it didn't, until Councillor Sundstrom had told me that the mayoral minute had not appeared on the hub. So I apologise for that. It should have been there before this meeting. So you would have had at least 15, 20 minutes. That was my intention. And I guess it didn't happen. The system failed us. But I do believe that this matter, I withheld that matter, this information, this mayoral minute, as it's confidential and the ramifications within it. And it's a staff matter. It wasn't appropriate.
A follow-on question from there, Madam Mayor. Councillor Best seems to be advocating that you're not allowing us to talk about it or giving us the environment to discuss it. Is it your intention that we go into this confidential session so that we can have that discussion and so that we can have that needy, timely discussion?
Absolutely.
Now?
Absolutely. So in fact, tonight we just resolved that there'd be no time limit on discussions tonight. So therefore, this matter can go into confidential for as long as it needs to. I've got a couple of point of orders. I believe I've got Councillor Greenway's putting in a point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor Greenway?
Well, this is the matter that was supposed to be going in confidential, and I just think we're sort of discussing it. Okay, we're not discussing the detail of it, but I just think the whole thing should go into confidential, shouldn't it?
Well, you've actually just called that you don't want it to go tonight. So not a point of order, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Best, you said you had a point of order.
Yes, indeed I do, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I made a note when you were speaking and you said that you didn't know that this matter 1.4, highly confidential nature, was not on the hub until Councillor Sundstrom told you. How is it that Councillor Sundstrom knew that it wasn't on the hub in the first place? And are you sharing information selectively with councillors and others discriminated against, Madam Mayor?
No, I'm not. Thanks, Councillor.
Well, no, I don't accept that answer.
Is that a point of order? That's not a point of order, Councillor.
It is a point of order that you said that Councillor Sundstrom knew that it was not on the site and alerted you to it. How did he know when you didn't share it with the councillors? How did he know? What?
Because Councillor Sundstrom, yes, you're asking me, so I'll answer your question.
Please, go ahead.
So, yeah, go ahead. So my staff at 6:15 were instructed to put it on the hub.
Right.
And I said in the briefing that it would be on the hub.
Right.
At the briefing.
Whom? And did Councillor Sundstrom, he obviously had information that I was not privy to.
Well, you mustn't have listened.
No, you told Councillor Sundstrom, your colleague, your ALP colleague. That's what this council's ascended into, Madam Mayor, selectiveness.
Okay, thanks, Councillor West. Sorry, Councillor Holstein. Sorry, you need to unmute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I speak in favour of Councillor Best's motion. There will be aspects that I would like to speak in at length, but I also have asked on the chat room whether legal advice will be available to us councillors if we go into confidential this evening, and will questions that we may well have be able to be answered this evening?
Yes.
Concisely.
Yes.
How do you know? I haven't asked those questions yet, and I can't ask them.
You asked would there be legal advice? Emma is here.
And they'll be able to answer every question we've got in regard to.
Well, I can't tell you that if I don't know your question. So that's why I'm saying go into confidential tonight to ask those questions. Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, just working out where we are. I think we've got the amendment from Councillor Best just to defer it to the next meeting. So I will just speak against that, not because I'm not interested in Councillor Best's proposal, but I do think we could debate that in itself in confidential. So I will support us going to confidential so that we can have that more detailed discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pillen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did note in the chat that I had a question, please, quite a few messages back, and that was actually the same as Councillor Holstein. I have strong concerns around the legal advice, and that was my question as well. After my discussion with you this afternoon, I believe this is a Labor setup, given what Councillor Best has just picked up on with Councillor Sundstrom as well, that information wasn't shared to all of us, and we're only just obtaining it now. I will be supporting Councillor Best. Unacceptable. That's my thought.
Great, thanks for that. Councillors, I'll therefore move the amendment as moved.
You still got me there.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, I wanted
to
speak.
Actually, to be very honest, we've had 2 for, 2 against. So in theory, I could pull it now, Councillor McLaughlin. In fairness to everybody else, but I will give you your.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your fairness today, and I've mentioned that to you in private in your past meetings. I applaud you for your manner in which you're conducting the meetings, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a point that this council has got itself in trouble quite a bit in this the time I've been here, in rushing in and doing things without proper advice, without proper legal advice. The item, we're not in confidential at the moment. Is that correct? Is that correct?
We are not in confidential. However, okay. You need to be really cautious about what you say.
So what I'm saying is, we need to get proper information, and I don't believe tonight you will get the proper information from your legal, because you don't have all the information. You cannot debate this properly without further investigation. You haven't got all the parties involved.
Sorry, Councillor McLaughlin, you're now going into debate on a matter that you can't talk about.
Okay.
If that's your say, then that's fine.
I would strongly advise the council to consider their position by not deferring it. is what I'll say, and I'd
Right,
like it on
thank
public
you.
record.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So now I've got Councillor Hogan.
Because it's really difficult, and I just wanted to support you, Madam Mayor, in you had said publicly that there was going to be a late mayoral minute, which we all received late. Simple as that. So you did let the group know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. I will now put the amendment moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor Greenaway. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Best, Councillor Gale, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette. All those against? Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, sorry, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan. Sorry, I just have to count. It's really hard. Everybody's all over the shop. Is it? I think it's lost. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I do believe the motion is lost. So therefore, it will be deferred. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Sorry.
Could I get a division on that, Madam Mayor?
No, sorry.
Do we have a
So-
division?
No, just a moment. My apologies. So, sorry, everybody. We actually haven't considered the mayoral minute yet. So from Ms. Sullivan, that was about whether it's confidential or not.
Could I call a division on that last vote for
Can.
clarification, or?
Sorry, now I'm really confused.
Madam Mayor, can I?
Yeah, hang on. I've got just a sec. Sorry, I'm just reading. So Ms. Sullivan has just, we voted on the confidential. So Ms. Sullivan, are you sure it wasn't about the confidentiality? It was actually whether the mayoral minute is moved.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there seem to be two items have been conflated. So Council was considering whether or not the mayoral minute would be considered in confidential session. And I note there was an amendment that it be deferred. It's unclear whether it was deferral of the mayoral minute or deferral of the consideration that it be in confidential session. And then the next item on the agenda would be the mayoral minute itself.
Okay, councillors. So we need, my apologies. So the amendment was in relation to that the matter be deferred completely. Yeah.
I think it's to the deferred to the extraordinary meeting. Isn't that what it says? I can't see it.
They've confused the 1.3 with 1.4.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. I just need to take a couple of minutes to go back to that.
When you've refreshed on that, Madam Mayor, could I ask for that item to be recommitted?
It will have to be redone. That's right.
And
so the item is 1.4, which is a staff matter, and it needs to be dealt with in confidential. It cannot not be dealt with because it's personal matters concerning particular individuals. We then had an amendment that the council defer the item 1.4 to be dealt with in the extraordinary meeting. I don't think it was about not being confidential. Am I right, Councillor Best? Right. So, okay, I will now, so I'll get that clear. So I will recommit it if you don't mind. So just to be clear. So we're recommitting that this matter is not resolved tonight, that it is deferred, that this matter is deferred for consideration to the extraordinary meeting on Monday the 19th. Sorry, Councillor Best. So you're, okay. Councillor Best, I've unmuted you.
Sorry, we're voting that it be deferred now. Is that what you're?
Is that Well, that's what
Yes,
I take on. That's what you want
what
to
I've
do.
moved is to defer it to the extraordinary meeting next week, and of course it would have to be in confidential, and it picks up the comments of Councillor McLaughlin getting good external legal advice around HR issues.
Right. So, look, I appreciate the lateness. I appreciate the fact that it wasn't on the hub. It was meant to be on the hub. However, all you've done is defer it to an extraordinary meeting. You've not considered yourself briefings. You've not put any time aside to have any further discussions. And now you have a copy of a confidential mayoral minute that I am not convinced won't make it to the media by the end of this meeting. I'm disappointed that people feel that they need to hold on to this information. And I'm fearful of what will come of this within the next week in the circus that we will encounter because we are not dealing with this matter tonight. So, councillors, I will therefore recommit the this. I'm recommitting it now, councillors. So therefore, that this matter be resolved to be deferred at the extraordinary meeting on Monday, the 19th of October. Thank you, everybody. Those in favour, please raise your hand for this matter to be moved. Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Burke, Councillor Best. All those against? Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, and Councillor Stonestrom. I therefore declare the motion carried.
I'm counting.
I don't think it's carried.
Sorry.
I think you've got a casting vote there, Madam Mayor.
Oh, how can I have a casting vote? There's not.
Oh, unless I.
Oh, I'm so confused now.
Madam Mayor, I was counting those back, and I counted eight for the deferral.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. This is really difficult. 8.
Yes.
8 for, 7 against.
Yep. 8 twice 8, 16. It's got through.
Yeah, that's right.
The deferral.
Yeah, it's carried. I did say it was carried.
Sorry, look, we're all going around in circles here, but yeah, I thank you. It's deferred to the next extraordinary meeting of this council, and I understand your concerns about confidentiality, and everyone should abide by it.
Who seconded mine? Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, this has ended up on my watch a bad thing. Councillors. Sorry, correct. Councillor Greenaway, we did vote. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to read chats. Sorry, I probably did not get a seconder for the motion to start with. So it came in. Sorry, Ms. Sullivan, originally it was Councillor Best and Councillor Greenaway wanted to defer it. I just actually read it out. So it should be.
It got moved originally, Lisa. Sorry, Madam Mayor. Originally it got moved by yourself and one others, but it was a mayoral minute. I didn't think it needed a seconder for you.
No, you put in an amendment.
And then I asked for an amendment to your mayoral minute, so you didn't need a seconder. You're it.
Oh, well, they've put it in the.
But the mayoral minute doesn't need a seconder, but my amendment did, and Councillor Greenaway seconded it, and it was voted on 8-7.
It's not the mayoral minute, that's right. So my mayoral minute, you then amended that it not be and be deferred. So it was in your name.
That's correct.
As deferral. So that's right. And then the way Councillor Greenaway
seconded it.
Seconded it. So that's the names that need to be on it, which is there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right, that's what I thought. I think it's.
You're correct.
I was correct. It's just everything's.
I know. You're all got all remember to breathe. We've got to breathe here.
Okay, thank you. Right, councillors, so therefore we're moving on to item 1.5. So item 1.5 is that I formally move that council acknowledge the distress of, not reading on the screen. I cannot see a thing. I'm
can't
going to
either.
read from the paper. The council acknowledged the distress the latest news has caused our community, including the impact of the community and confidence in council. The council note essential services will continue as normal for residents. The council note the forensic audit of the council's finances underway, including the establishment of a working group to implement the 100-day action plan to recovery. That council establish a finance committee comprised of all councillors, the Office of Local Government appointed independent financial expert and human resources advisor, and that an independent legal advisor to oversee council's forensic internal audit and 100-day action plan to recover. So councillors, I'm putting that forward. That's my motion. Do I have anybody that wants to speak for, I'm just checking the chat button. Okay, any hands? Does anybody want to speak for Councillor Best?
Madam Mayor, can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, I can hear.
Thank you. Look, events are moving very quickly here, faster than my 3 computers can keep up with at the moment. This item 1.5, do you have another mayoral minute coming in behind this, may I ask?
No, there was the 2 mayoral minutes.
Okay, and Councillor Holstein has somehow rolled my motion in with, could you just explain what he's rolled it into?
He's moved yours in with the late report by the staff.
Okay.
I can clarify if need be for Councillor Best.
No, it's all right, Chris. I've got it there.
But dealing with it with another item as well.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, you've got this establishment fund. Okay. Could I please look? I'll move an amendment, or I'll make an addendum to your mayoral minute. Along the lines that we discussed in our last 2 conversations, Madam Mayor, would you like me to make an amendment or addend to your motion?
Well, you can put an addendum. What do you want to add to it, Councillor Best?
A 5. And that, I'll read it in, if I may, Sonia, who's in the background doing a wonderful job, Miss Witt. And 5 is that further to the current, I can't see the typing. Does anyone else can see the typing?
It's there, but it's very small.
Well, you let me know if I'll read
Yep.
slowly and you tell me if I've got it wrong. That number 5 will be that further to the current multi-million-dollar financial crisis now rocking this council and the critical liquidity issues we face, council move a vote of no confidence in the General Manager and his performance. And 6, Madam Mayor, that further council now withdraw all General Manager delegations until further notice, other than those required to carry out basic operational activities. And Madam Mayor, since it's your motion, I'm happy to follow if you wish to make comment. If you're prepared to accept this.
Well, you know, a little bit pot calling the kettle black, Councillor Best. So that at the very last second, you're now going to put something up like that in the public domain. So, you know, that's quite interesting. I
told you about this 48 hours ago.
Well, no, not really. Councillors, I'm considering.
It's on your motion. It's not my motion.
I understand it's my motion. So I actually think we might have, there's some issues in relation to legal on this. Would be where I'm headed.
No confidence.
No, in relation to, you've asked him about remove the delegation. So I have some concerns about what that might mean. So I'm going to, I've got Councillor McGregor has a question, but I'm feeling I need some advice off camera, Ms. Sullivan and maybe Ms. Roberts, in relation to whether this is legal, whether we can do this, and what happens if we remove his delegations. Can somebody please give me some guidance in relation to what I do? Okay, thank you. So sorry, I know you have a question, Councillor McGregor, but Ms. Roberts, can you please explain any implications that may happen on number 6?
Can I raise a point of order, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that it might be prudent for us to respect the confidentiality. Again, this is a matter of a staff member's position and future. And I think that if we're discussing this in open session, that might be a bit dangerous. And I hope that that's sort of legal advice seeking from legal counsel as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts for some commentary in relation to that. Whether I guess the question would be, do we need to go into confidential to have this discussion? Should we be going into confidential, and what are the implications, Ms. Roberts and Mr. Ball? Thank you.
Can you hear me, Councillor?
We can. I can hear you. Can everybody's okay? Yep.
The first thing I would like to say is that the council should go into a closed session to consider legal advice. That's not obligatory. The council may choose to receive legal advice in open session, but that carries with it significant risk that the advice is not privileged and is able to be disclosed and obtained by any person who is acting or against the council's interests. I would recommend that the council go into closed session to hear from Ms. Roberts and myself on the.
Okay, thank you. I already have a mover, Councillor Sundstrom. Do I have a seconder? I will second that motion. I therefore be putting that we move into closed session. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Vincent, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Greenway, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Best. All those against? Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pell and Councillor Gale. Thank you, councillors. We will now move into confidential closed session. Thank you. People of the community, we are now moving into closed session, which means we will be putting you on hold, and it will take a little while before we end up in closed session. Thank you. Sorry, Shane, am I meant to join?
Do we have item 6, or just my rough notes is withdraw all GM delegations?
I'm just seeking clarification that we are now good to go. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back, everybody. So thank you, community, for being patient. We're now back in open session. So we have a motion which is moved by myself. It's a mere or minute, so it doesn't need a seconder. So councillors, I'll now open for debate. Do I have? Oh, who's changed? Okay, does anyone want to now speak for the motion? Sorry, Councillor Greenaway, you got a point of order.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor, that might not be the right phrase, but I just wanted to indicate that I would like to have, vote for number 4 in seriatim if we could, when that comes to that point.
Okay, that's a complete
procedural.
So you want to change you? Okay, hang on. Sorry, Miss Sullivan. So now I've got councillor wanting to change something.
It's just through you, Madam Mayor. If I've understood correctly, Councillor Greenaway would like this item considered in seriatim, which would mean that council would consider point 1 and vote on that itself, then consider point 2, then vote on that, then consider point 3 and vote on that, then consider point 4 and point 5, and then come up with a final motion. That would be the process if that's what you wish to do.
I was only asking that point 4, can we just excise 1?
So you would make it 2 separate motions. My recommendation would be that you deal with each item separately, because it's a single motion that you're just dealing with in seriatim.
Do I need a mover and a second to move into that, Ms. Sullivan? Sorry, I do. So that's a procedural. Okay, do I have a procedural motion, Councillor McGregor, that we do it in seriatim? Yep, and seconded by Councillor Greenaway. All those in favour of in seriatim, please raise your hand. So we have Councillor Gale, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway. All those against? Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke, Councillor Pellin, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Marquette, and anybody abstaining? Councillor Mertens. So the request is lost. So therefore it will be done in whole. Thank you. Councillor Best. Councillor West.
Yep, you got to give me the signal. Thank you, Shane. You've got to move up there. Keep with the mayor. Look, councillors, first of all, I'd like to, in all seriousness, apologise to our ratepayers, all those that are listening this evening and trying to get a window into the future of their council, literally, that we've taken so long with our lawyers. And I'd like to thank our lawyers for putting us on sound ground. Councillors, 1 to 5 is our best position at this stage, and it is a moving feast. There's no two ways about this. I think if you're going to have 1 sitting there, Madam Mayor, where you've got, includes the impact on community confidence in council. Community confidence in council, what does that actually mean? And it means there has been a significant erosion in community confidence in the elected body of this council due to this catastrophic financial mess we have. So I therefore think that 4 is only fair and reasonable that we should reflect a similar lack of confidence in those that administer the operational business of this organisation. And wishing not to defend the 15 good men and women of this council, however, you have all put in place procedures, policies, processes for the operational team to follow. They are not lacking in this business, but they have been, in my view, ignored. Ignored for a systemic period of time, if I can say it that way, that has resulted in catastrophic losses to this council. This council is, in this term of council, between the inception of this council and through to today, is about $194 million in the red, plus this catastrophic debacle that's been allowed to occur through the ignorance of the procedures and policies. So I only think it is fair and reasonable that we call, and we're only calling for the Chief Executive Officer as a vote of no confidence in that role. I mean, councillors, we are talking hundreds of millions of dollars here. This is a decadal exercise where we're going to hand on intergenerational legacy of debt, extraordinary rate rises, and quite frankly, this council was very critical of the former Gosford and Moyle councils. Well, here you are 1,000 days into it, and you've created and are responsible for the single largest financial cataclysm of a council in Australian local government history. And it's not like you haven't been asked or looked at or warned every time a resolution's put up around the numbers of staffing issues. It's held down, it's voted down. I mean, now's not the time for incrimination. Now's the time to get the shoulder to the wheel and straighten this thing out. But now is also a time to put on the public record the position that we find ourselves in. And honestly, councillors, the buck stops here. After 25 years, I have never, ever seen such a calamity in local government. And we have to take responsibility ultimately, but the staff in the operational sense should equally take responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Burke. Councillor Burke, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm against this motion, especially against 4 and 5. It was only in the last 12 months that we've had fires, we've had floods, we've had national disasters, we've had a pandemic, and we've been praising the CEO and the ELT team. Now we've lost confidence in them, and I know what that's over, but I just can't go on the last 12 months and then just whack 4 and 5 onto this this motion. So I'm against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. I think I have Councillor McGregor. Oh, sorry, you've moved everybody. Thank you, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I have to speak against this, as I believe if I was not, I would not be discharging my duties under the Local Government Act. In the confidential session and the legal discussions that were had, there are elements of what is still on the screen which could potentially leave council legally liable to damages and create legal issues. There are plenty of elements of this resolution that I strongly agree with, but given that there are potential legal consequences to going through these things, aspects of this motion, as was communicated to us before, I believe it would be irresponsible and potentially unlawful to endorse this resolution as it stands at present 1 through 5. One could certainly be led to believe that this has been a catastrophic failure of governance and financial controls by the operational wing of council, particularly when we've had 4 different directors of governance and 4 CEOs. I do take on board certainly what Councillor Burke, my fellow ward colleague, has just said before. Would appear to be rather inconsistent. And councillors, furthermore, I would appeal to you all to act not only lawfully, but if you are genuinely interested in prosecuting the case for some of these ideas, that they are done through the correct mechanism. Moving a vote of no confidence in the CEO has no real standing other than leaving us liable to damages. If you want to act on the issue of the CEO, there are other appropriate lawful mechanisms that can be pursued, which have not been pursued, because people would rather recklessly and irresponsibly chase the limelight and play party politics and play silly little games in the middle of the biggest financial crisis that we face. That is not leadership. That is nothing but being reckless and irresponsible. It is not exercising due diligence. Frankly, it's madness, and I cannot agree to that. Like I said, there are aspects of this resolution that I believe that we could all agree on, and there are aspects which are too problematic for me to actually vote for and endorse. If the motion was to be broken up or dealt in seriatim like was discussed, there are certainly elements of this that I can vote for. Councillors, instead of working constructively and collegiately with unity, as we should be, to have the independent experts come in and clean things out and do the right thing, unfortunately, we have been subject to and succumbed to these stupid political games, like we have very often seen over the past 3.5 years of this council. Items 2 and 3 do need to be endorsed and do need to be put on. Do need to be gone through. There are lots of other issues we'll discuss in further detail tonight around the finances and other things, but Madam Mayor, as I've said, as I do not have full confidence that this resolution as it stands does not leave us legally liable and open us up to further costs and damages in this time of a potential or real liquidity crisis, I do not believe I would be discharging my duties under the Local Government Act to endorse this as it stands, and I would encourage other councillors to seek to amend the motion so that we can all feel comfortable that we are acting lawfully and under the auspice of the Act as we were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I've got Councillor Marquette.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, just before I speak on this, just a question, obviously through you and to you, actually. I wanted to see if you would consider at this time removing point 3, as there could be what is a significant financial spend in there for money that we don't have. Remove that and possibly bring it back in at the next meeting when we actually can get some figures around it.
No, I'm not removing number 3.
Well, I'd like to get moving an amendment with that way to remove 3. Happy to keep the other points. But if someone would offer me a kind hand to support.
Councillor Best. Okay, Councillor Marquette, speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm seeking to remove what was the point 3, because without going into things confidential, the fact of the matter is that is once again the previous point 3 was asking us to spend money without any notation of how much finances that is. On this occasion, unfortunately, it's money we don't have, and we're not allowed to do that. So we need to remove that. If it has to be put back in later and we can explain to the ratepayers how we're going to pay for it, then I'll be happy to put my hand up. But what it's asking to do, it's asking to set up a committee to have a 100-day action plan to recovery. I mean, that sounds like a slogan that'd be on a bloody politician's shirt on election day. Let's be honest. The 100-day action plan to recovery. But we've learnt nothing. So we're going to put the same 15 individuals, the same 15 councillors on that very committee, and obviously we've learned nothing. Look, for instance, DMB Consulting, what do they cost an hour? I don't know. I can guarantee that no one on this screen knows at the moment. But if we were serious about having a look at the finances in this place, if we were serious about trying to drag back some of those ratepayers' dollars, in point 3, there'd be some notations. It'd say DMB Consulting costs us this much. We're going to meet this many times per year. It's going to cost us such to have the staff there running these meetings, which might be weekly. Who knows? Once again, blank check scenario. Now, guys, colleagues, I begged you during the biodiversity strategy recently, please don't make this blank check. I begged. I said to staff admitted that we could put numbers to it, but you wouldn't let it go through to the next week until we could figure out what we were spending. It was the same with the City Power Partnership. It was the same with Councillor McGregor's climate change emergency. It was the same with the insane bulging staff levels that I've mentioned and other councillors banged on about over and over and over again. Now, I can't believe that people are, of course, there's some things that have happened that have surprised us all, but am I surprised we're in a poor financial position? By God, no. I'm not surprised one iota. A lot of this issue is of our own making. It's because we've got a block of 8 that don't care less about other people's money. It's the very first saying I said, the very first meeting we had, eventually you run out of other people's money. And that's what's happened. We've run out of ratepayers' dollars. We cannot, in good conscience right now, say drag through point 3 with a big question mark. What's it going to cost? God knows. God knows. Where are you going to get the money from? Well, we don't know. But like I said a little bit earlier, it might be a little bit like Robin Hood. We'll just rob from the rich to give to the poor, and that makes it okay. No, wrong is wrong. It is. We can't just decide we're going to spend other people's money. We can't decide we're going to spend money that we don't have in our wallet, guys. We can't vote. We cannot vote on 3 tonight. I ask everyone to please accept this amendment. The other points are absolutely fine. We cannot let 3 go through here tonight because we're opening ourselves up for one hell of a whacking. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. I've got Councillor McLaughlin has, oh, sorry, Councillor Best, did you want to speak to it again? Or can we just go to questions?
Quite frankly, Councillor Marquette is 100% correct. You know, Councillor Burke raised before that, you know, we've got COVID and bushfires. Listen, we have an $89 million, $90 million loss this financial year, and around 18 million of that could be argued to be COVID. Councillors, in 2017, we were left with a $65 million profit position. In 2018, we lost $22 million. In 2019, we lost $5 million. In Q3, we were $41 million. And by the way, we budgeted for an $18 million loss, and it's turned into a $90 million loss. We are now collectively about $194 million in the red in this term of council outside this issue. So this council's got a lot to answer for, but also if staff have decided to dip into restricted funds, and the General Manager's put out a press release saying they may have dipped into restricted funds. Well, we were told something quite interesting and confidential around that. I don't know why the press release would have may in it when we were told something quite interesting around that. So I think we've got to be honest with the community. So I think, and Councillor McGregor, you know, you talk about the legalities of all this. We've just spent over an hour and a half or an hour and 15 with the legal counsel, and 1, 2, 4 and 5 are completely and utterly legal in their capacity to go forward. So councillors, as I said before, Madam Mayor, if we can have an impact on community confidence in council, we can raise genuinely our concerns about the performance of our CEO. And I think when you look at the forming of committees, I've said this to the Mayor, and I'm not going to verbal our conversations, Lisa, but quite clearly, if we put the same people in the role to get us out of this with a 100-day marketing plan, councillors, we're going to go nowhere. I mean, Virgin didn't get a 100-day marketing plan to get itself out and get Bain Capital to buy it. We are in multi-$100 million crisis here with a cash liquidity. We are struggling to pay the electricity bill, basically, councillors, and worse. And we're bouncing around the room here for all the people on the podcast to see us in full flight of utter incompetence. So look, at the end of the day, the buck is going to stop with this council. But we have staff, as I said before, that have absolutely and utterly ignored the policies and procedures of this council. This is not just a matter for the OLG, this is a matter for the Ombudsman, and it may very well be a matter for the ICAC going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McGregor, you want to speak against the amendment? Councillor McGregor. Thank you. Thank you,
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we need to deal with the facts. We need to look through the sloganeering, and we need to deal with the two twin issues that we have here. The first issue of this situation is the revenue issues which have been consistently raised by myself and other councillors since the inception of this term. The other issue with the revenue is the political starving of the local economy, which has been noted many times. For instance, the $117 million reduction in grants that this council received when it was first elected, when the state and federal governments may not have been so happy about who got elected. The second one is the IPART determination, which is $100 million there. The amalgamation, of which the estimates and the true costs are still unknown, but range from $100 to $150 million. Cost shifting of $45 million a year. Unpopular and unsupported projects that were pushed through, strong-armed through by the state government, like the Terrigal Boardwalk, the potential Womberall seawall, and other issues that are very unpopular with our community. We've got a $145 million infrastructure backlog to deal with, and there's legacy issues from the former councils and the time of administration. These things are not being dealt with or looked at. If you look at this amendment, it's actually gutting the substance of point 3, and it's taking away from the second issue, which needs to be discussed here, which is that we should be welcoming the assistance from the Office of Local Government or the Local Government Minister, and we should be having independent advice. We've had 4 different auditors come through this building, including the State Government Auditor General report, several of which have said there were no issues, 2 of which have highlighted issues very strongly. We need to have appropriate, independent, professional people doing this that are not looking at this through a political lens. That is why point 3 is important, and that is why it's been removed in the amendment which is on your screen from the 2 people here who are trying to prosecute a false political argument that does not deal with the true economic imperatives or the true underlying causes. If there are, or there has been, any inappropriate actions or mismanagement by staff or councillors, these councillors or anyone who's aware of them should have contacted the relevant regulatory bodies and the relevant authorities and acted lawfully in doing so. Trying to turn this crisis into an opportunity to bash the Labor Party when we have 6 councillors and the Liberal Party has 4 councillors is patently ridiculous, and the community see through that. This is not a party political issue. You have 15 councillors. We're constantly told that we're the board. Every single one of you, as part of the one of 15, have to act in an appropriate and responsible way. To do so would be to involve the independent people and to welcome the offers of the financial and human resources assistance from the Office of Local Government or the State Minister. And it is patently irresponsible to continue to put out furphies like the 500 extra staff when you know full well that we have 2,175 employees, but you keep going on about 2,500. You put lies out there, you start bushfires of slander and smear. We need to be sensible, we need to be rational, and we need to work with independent experts who that the community can trust, and we need to represent the community interest in getting to the bottom of this the appropriate way, rather than turning it into some sort of stupid political game like you try and do with every issue at every meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Smith, you're speaking against the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will speak against it. And look, I'll start by saying that you know, I do not underestimate or downplay the financial crisis and liquidity issues that council is facing. But really, in my view, we need to focus on solving those problems, and we are looking at how to do that. So through the forensic audit, through the engagement of Grant Thornton, through implementing the recommendations of the Audit Office. And I noticed in the report from the Audit Office, it actually indicates that staff had begun that process of implementing and responding to the recommendations from the Audit Office. Clearly, we have failures in financial management and controls. And at this point, we need to get, in my view, we need to get the results of the forensic audit to actually identify where those failures are, rather than making knee-jerk reactive decisions that at this point have no substance, because we don't have that information before us. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I won't be supporting the motion if the amendment is lost, and I will foreshadow, Madam Mayor, if both of those are lost, that I will be moving your original mayoral minute. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So I'll now go back in order, and I have, there's 6 in the queue, so bear with me. Councillor McLaughlin, you would be first.
No, Councillor Best answered my question that the legals went through all this and went through and made sure there was nothing that would be untoward or leave us exposed, as what Councillor McGregor was saying. So I don't need to ask a question. Thank
you. Councillor Greenaway, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm probably just going to echo what Deputy Mayor Smith said. And to my mind, the most important thing here, or there's two important things. One is that we actually do get the information before we make any votes of no confidence or anything else. And the second thing is that we deal with these issues with a very, I guess, clear head and stable demeanour, for want of a better expression. As often is said, when there's a crisis around, the best thing to do is stay calm, not panic, not launch into these hyperbole and speeches about disasters and things like that. You really just have to try to stay calm and come up with a sensible, rational, logical, effective solution. So I won't be able to vote for this in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillor Gale. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to speak for the amendment put forward by Councillor Marquette and supported by Councillor Best. For 3 years, the Conservative minority have been ridiculed for attempting to steer this Labor-led board towards some sense of fiscal responsibility. This year, and I echo what Councillor Best said, there was an 18 odd million deficit that was passed on your vote, Madam Mayor. Casting vote, I should say. The Q3 adjustment took it to $41 million deficit, and now we're looking at an $89 million deficit that's been reported through to the media. I really want to stress back on the 23rd of July 2018, the Labor bloc voted against a motion with regards to looking at our cash flow and rolling figures. And that was put forward by myself, and Councillor Marquette supported me with regards to looking at the forecast figures. And I'll actually quote exactly what it was. Councillors need the cash flow and rolling forecast figures against the original budget to ensure that we are on track financially and note any inadequacies along the way. Back then I did say, councillors, if we don't focus on being financially sustainable now, our future generations will blame us. Our children and grandchildren will ultimately pay the consequence through much higher rates and charges. With the catastrophic and shell-shocking information received during the urgent briefing under a veil of confidentiality, I do request the Minister of Local Government, Shelley Hancock, to step in now with financial and HR expertise. On top of these issues is a lack of transparency from our own senior operational team. I'm very concerned by the information that we've been given. And I put my voice to support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Holstein. There you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Doing a lot of talking in regard to this, but I don't think the amendment's going to get up. I don't think I question whether the mayoral minute's going to go up. I don't know which way we're going to head on this, because I'm hearing contrary arguments all the way through. I think one of the first comments made at the start of the night was no political point scoring, but I've heard nothing but that all night from all. Can I say that when this became evident to me and I received a phone call on that Monday, I was absolutely gutted. I can't put into words the disappointment I have of finding ourselves in this position. So I don't want to go on with those aspects. I want to go through what we got before us. Now, Councillor Marquette moved with the removal of the need to have this committee. I'm sorry, I can't see it up on the screen there now, and just taken one part out of it. And Councillor Marquette's concerned about cost. Guess what? Folks, there's going to be costs incurred. I don't think it's going to be as bad as what's it's being touted there, but we're going to have to go through it to get to the bottom of what this has happened here. What has happened? And I'm sorry, I'm not for one that want to attack staff. I hold those officers in local government in high regard. But something has failed here. Somebody has got to take responsibility. Maybe people, not just one individual, has to take responsibility. We have to get to the bottom of what has happened here. And I think that's what the community expect of us. And the thing is, you have motions here that everybody will have a different, and I've seen the argument. All of a sudden, I talked about dealing with things in seriatim, and that wasn't really great. And then all of a sudden we're going back to it. Maybe we should have started from that point to start off with and dealt each individual point and moved for it. We've spent a lot of time as it is now. So whilst I believe the amendment won't be successful, I'm starting to worry whether even the motion will be successful. Councillors, look at the parts of the motions. We have to be moving on something. The community expect of us to make some decisions. Whatever way we go here, the community have a right for their board of directors that they elected to hold the councillors' officers to account on why we are at this position. We can talk about decisions we've made, pro and con. Some I've supported, some I haven't. But the community want to know that we are moving forward. With 26 seconds left on the clock, whilst I can't support the amendment, I don't think it'll get up. I want to see a committee. I want to see us all as councillors being able to see what's coming forward and what's coming out in the forensic investigation. That's imperative. So I don't support the amendment. I see that we have to move that with the motion, but I'm even now worried with the comments I'm hearing whether that's going to get up and where we will be. Maybe Councillor Smith will come up with something else. We'll just have to wait and see. But councillors, the community expect us to take some action. And the action has got to be in the interest of the community, not of political agendas.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Thank you, Councillor Holstein. I have nobody else wanting to speak on this, so I will now, oh, sorry, Councillor Marquette. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you, Madam Mayor, a question probably to Mr. Loader, I think it would be. I'm just trying to get clarification on what I'm from you in regards to what I'm trying to do here. I'm not talking about what the cost is. I'm worried about the fact that there is no cost and we don't have any money to implement point 3. So from your, I just want to ask you a few flat questions, Mr. Loader. Point 3, the first one. What we're going to do is we're going to employ DMB Consulting at a further role if the former point 3 gets up. How much does DMB Consulting cost us an hour?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I wasn't directly involved in the engagement of DMB Consulting. I might just check with Ms. Bryant if she has that figure available.
Sorry, just to interject, Councillor Marquette, we're speaking about the amendment. The amendment doesn't have point 3. So really your question.
I asked a question about the removal of point 3. This
Yeah,
is the whole amendment.
We're speaking about your amendment. Your amendment
Exactly.
does not have point 3, which is about
removed point 3.
That's right. You've removed it, but now you're asking a question about it.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I think that's quite understandable.
No.
When your whole amendment is removing point 3, Madam Mayor. I think I've got the
You've
right
already
answer.
spoken.
I'm happy
you've
for you
already
to put that to
spoken
Ms.
your
Sullivan.
amendment.
No, I'm not speaking to it. I'm asking. I've got 3 questions. I've asked one. I'm just hoping to get an answer. I'm sure the ratepayers
Well,
out
Ms.
there
Sullivan
want to hear the answer.
said again that we're discussing the amendment. Which your amendment has no point 3. You've moved point 3. So now you're asking about point 3, but you've already removed point 3. So you're not talking about your amendment. You're now talking about the motion.
Madam Mayor, with all due respect, you just said my amendment is removing point 3. So that would be an oxymoron to say that I can't speak of point 3. That is the whole amendment.
So it's no longer going to be in the motion.
Which is the point. That's why I'm asking the question. I want my colleagues to understand why it was removed. There's no need to try and gag this, Madam Mayor. If you don't want to vote for it, don't vote for it.
I'm just saying.
I just want to get some queries or some questions answered.
I'm telling you that you've got to be speaking to the amendment.
That's exactly what I'm doing. You admitted the amendment was your words. One sentence. My amendment is removing point 3.
Your words.
I'd like to ask 2 more questions. I'd like that question answered if possible, Mr. Loader.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I wasn't directly involved in that engagement. That was an engagement that was undertaken by Mr. Murphy. And I'll just confer with Ms. Bryant if she has access to that information or not, but we may have to take that question on notice.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Marquardt, I will need to take that on notice. I don't have that information available in front of me right now.
Okay, thank you. I've taken on notice. How could we vote on it? But thank you. Mr. Loader, so can you confirm that the former point 3 will have a significant cost when you consider D&B Consulting, when you consider obviously the full committee run, God knows how often a year, and staff, the like? So we are going to, just a yes or no, are we going to have a considerable cost or a cost?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the simple answer, Councillor Marquardt, is yes, there will be a cost associated with the establishment of that committee.
Thank you. And the final question, thank you for your indulgence, Madam Mayor. It's 9:23 on the 12th of October. Do we have available funds that we can legally spend as of this moment to do anything, let alone implement the former point 3?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, I guess legal advice was provided to the councillors around that particular issue.
Yes, it was.
There are unrestricted funds still entering the organisation on a daily basis, and that's the decisions around how that money is spent. It's something that ELT is monitoring on a daily basis as well. So to answer your question, there are unrestricted funds available to be spent, but we do have an issue also with the liquidity in the council.
Thank you, Mr. Loader.
Councillor Smith, you said you have a final question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Marquardt's question about this cost of the committee. So my understanding from the previous motion is that the committee consisted of all the councillors that are already on an allowance, so don't get paid anything extra, consists of staff that are actually doing their job by being involved in that committee, consists of other persons appointed by OLG that would actually be doing their job, so would not require additional payment. And I can't remember, was there any, I understand there was a suggestion of the external
D&B Consulting.
Yeah, I understand that. And look, certainly if I foreshadow the original motion, I'd probably, make that optional, not a requirement. So it just was some clarification, Madam Mayor, that my understanding was right, is that basically the committee is all the people doing their job. It's not doing more than their job or already engaged. If I could just get that answer.
Yeah, absolutely. So the intent around the committee was that, again, the timeline of events was on Tuesday. We were delivered the news, and then since Tuesday, it's been a bit of crickets for the councillors. Apart from getting an update, and there was a few media releases by the staff. Really, the councillors have not been involved in, I guess, moving forward and working out or getting to the bottom of it. So it was my intention that to get an oversight committee to start working with the two, I call them delegates from the Office of Local Government, that would come in, and that we would then sit with them to understand what their brief was and exactly what we needed to do as a council to, I guess, get to the bottom of it, because again, we need to understand exactly where we're at and how we can, if we can in fact go forward. So that was the intent. Tonight, people have added people in and taken people out. Either way, I think we need to start with all the people that are already here, already in the building, being paid something. So, and the Office of Local Government staff will be paid by, I would imagine, by the Office of Local Government. So you're correct, Councillor Smith. That was the intent of the committee. The intent of the committee was giving the councillors an opportunity to be inside the room and not directly with the ELT, to be inside the room with the investigators that are coming in from the OLG. That was the absolute intent, so that we could get access to information as it was coming in, because there seemed to be some aspersions and certainly some issues about how we get the information and what information we're getting and how timely we're getting it. That was the intent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll just check the... okay, councillors, I now have no further hands or questions. So I will now go to move the amendment as moved by Councillor Marquardt and seconded by Councillor West. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Marquette. All those against? Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Sundstrom. The amendment is lost. We now have a foreshadowing Councillor Smith, which...
Madam Mayor, so just your original motion, and I'm actually happy for you to move it if you want to go back to moving it, but just your original motion, and, you know, I think I know Councillor Vincent wanted to investigate involving the consultant, so I'd be happy if you wanted to include that as a separate part, that Council investigate inviting the consultant to attend the committee.
I think the other thing that potentially has to be removed as per advice would be number 2.
Yep.
Given the advice that we were given in the confidential information.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move that way, and I don't know whether you'd like to second it since it was your original motion.
I'll second it. Yep.
Thank you. I won't speak to it. I think we've spoken enough.
Councillor Mertens would like to speak. Thank you, Councillor Mertens. I won't speak to it either. I think we've said enough. Councillor Mertens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Smith. Look, I had hoped that I'm not usually an optimist, and I think I've been proven right again tonight that I shouldn't be an optimist. I'd hoped that politics wouldn't be playing into this as much as it has already tonight. I think that I'd hoped that we'd been shocked into some sort of happy working environment, but that was probably a bit too willful. Look, I thank the Mayor for this minute, and also acknowledge and share the distress that our community will be going through. Look, we're elected council. We need to enjoy the trust of our electors, and it's the work of the 15 of us, not any subgroup of those people, to make sure that we're working together to see that our community is getting through these times, whether it be COVID, whether it be this financial situation, or bushfires or floods. But the reality is that successive financial audits of this council put us in good financial standing generally. But this week has revealed that that's just not the case, and that vital new information has come to light that we've never had before. You know, we rely on this information to make the decisions about projects in the budget, and we were making information with seemingly not all the information. We've been let down, and that has made sure that we've let down the community in turn. There are so many questions that we still need to answer. We need to know how the situation came about, how long it's been going on, how we can get back on track. But and I acknowledge the willingness of the Office of Local Government to assist by offering up some independent experts in auditing and staffing. But you know, that call was made a week ago. We've not heard back as far as I've been aware. We've been trying to get as much information as we can, and I commend the Mayor for pushing us and pushing the councillors into every room that we can, because you know, there hasn't been a lot. We've been pushing up against a lot of closed doors. I'm very sad to say, but look, we've raised the alarm. We're trying to get a strategy in place. What we need now is the independent experts to come in that have been promised, and I hope that the Minister and the Office of Local Government are working as fast as they can to provide that certainty to our community and to council. Look, I thank the patience of the community as we go through this. The council won't be served, and the community won't be served by going back into administration. We can't afford to go back and lose democracy in our region again. So I hope that we can do better tonight and moving forward as councillors to try and take the politics out of these decisions, because it hasn't served us for 3 years to act the way we have, and it's not going to serve us any time in the future. So look, I commend the motion as it is now. I thank the mover, the Mayor and Councillor Smith, for bringing this back to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Mertens. Councillor Holstein, I believe you want to seek some clarity.
Yeah, definitely, Madam Mayor. Now, let me get this right. The amendment from Councillor Marquette and Councillor Best was removed, and there was only one part I had a problem there, so he's lost that. Then we would have gone back to your mayoral minute, which I think we'd worked on and got it to a point, and I know there was some arguments and we got some legal advice. But now, are you withdrawing your mayoral minute and you're now seconding, is it, Councillor
Yes.
Smith's? But I'm putting up here.
Councillor Smith foreshadowed Councillor Smith foreshadowed on the loss of the amendment that she would move the mayoral minute, and then we have changed.
No, she can't move the mayoral minute. That is yours to move. Procedurally, I'm now seeing that yes, it's now been corrected. Councillor Smith is moving it, you're seconding it. Why aren't you just withdrawing your mayoral minute? There was things in your mayoral minute, the initial one, that I still wanted to support. Now we've gone to a whole different, another amendment here from Councillor Smith. So clarity.
So I withdrew. Okay, well, I will withdraw my mayoral. Sorry, I will withdraw my mayoral minute. Correct.
For Councillor Smith's foreshadowed motion.
That's correct.
So could we just have on the screen your original, what you finished up with? I've got my other screen up here, and that was a 4-part motion, I thought, previously. Then we added a 5th part to it, which was the urgent review of the delegations, correct? Then we got into the discussion. This is just getting clarification here. Clarification about a comments around a vote of no confidence in that. And then we all ended up in confidential. We got all that report back. We've come back, and this is now the 3rd version of what we've come back with. Is that correct?
Yes, that is now what's on the screen.
You know, I echo the comments of some of my colleagues, and I wonder why the community have a lack of confidence. The governance issues, I'm sorry, amongst the political side of this is an issue that's been created by, I would say, decisions within our management that have come unstuck. They've done the wrong thing. It's a bottom line. That's a major concern to me. And I said I wasn't going to expand on how my gut feelings were on this. And so we needed to head in a direction that had to be forceful and had to be clear and to give confidence to the community. But here we go for the umpteenth time, changing again. And that original mayoral minute, boom, it's gone out the other way. I really am getting to the point of what do I support, but have to support something, because you can't do nothing, councillors. You've got to come up with some resolution to move forward. And whatever you move this, you move nothing, then we're in the deep caca, for want of a better term. You've got to move something. And that's all we've now got before us, is what there seemed to be some abbreviation and watering down of where we need to go. Better than nothing. In other words, if we don't do this, you're going to have nothing. And councillors, that's what you can't do. You've got to be doing something.
Thank you. Councillor Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, at 9:36. Madam Mayor, we've just dealt with the amendment, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3 are pretty well identical to the original 1, 2, 3. How can we recommit something we've already voted down? And this council has a habit of voting itself down and having nothing at large. So it looks like we've done it again to me, where you have already voted this down and now you're recommitting it, and you're not really recommitting it. It's actually been moved as a foreshadowed, but it's already been voted down. So, you know, you can't do this. My view, I don't think it's legal.
I'll seek some advice from Ms. Sullivan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to recap, there was a motion, which was your original mayoral minute with, I believe, 2 additional parts added to it. There was subsequently an amendment of 4 parts, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is on the top of the screen now. That amendment was put and lost. So a further amendment was moved, which is only 3 parts. So it is different and it is changed from the amendment. This is common practice for councillors. That often happens, that there might be a part put in or a part removed. Then Madam Mayor removed her original mayoral minute, which was the motion. And as a result, the amendment, being the only thing on the table, became the motion. So to answer your question, Councillor Best, there are some elements that are the same as the amendment moved in the name of Councillor Marquette and Best, but there are some elements that are different, making it an amendment.
Madam Mayor, with the greatest respect, 1 and 2 are identical to what we just voted down. We actually voted it down, and now we're redoing it. I mean, it doesn't fly. I mean, the whole meeting doesn't fly, but I'm not going to get into the technical. We just dig holes and continue to dig them. But I think it's unlawful what you're doing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McLaughlin.
I think we should just remind everybody that the Office of Local Government is watching us tonight, and I think this meeting is just symbolic of where we are and why we're here and the money that we've lost. We're going round and round in circles. Nothing's getting done, and you're sitting on what's been described as the largest, possibly the largest loss in local government history, and no one is responsible. No one is responsible. You've gone from a situation where that someone who may be able to take responsibility has been removed, and we're back to going round and round in circles and going nowhere. And you know, this is why where we are. This is exactly why we're where we are as a council from day one. This is what you've done, round and round, and done nothing and delayed. And you know, I just shake my head and in wonder. I won't spend 3 minutes on it, but I just concur with Councillor Holstein. You have to do something here, and you can't lose. Can I just clarify something? I don't want to be misquoted on, but Councillor Best, can you just tell me the CEO went from 41 to 89 million dollars, and you're saying nearly 200 million? Can you clarify that for me? Question to Councillor Best. The question to Councillor Best, could you just clarify where that loss came from again?
Well, thanks for the question, Councillor McLaughlin. And that's interesting. We're kind of talking about 1 year, but as I said before, we started this council 3 years ago with a $65.433 million profit. We lost that profit. We went in 2018 to minus $22,701,000. In 19, we backed that up with a loss of $5,126,000. And then in 2020 or 1920, the Q3 got us to $41 million. And as I say, budgeted for a $18 million loss, but ended up at a $89 million loss. And we have now budgeted for this year, going through to the end of this financial year, for a $13 million loss. Now add all those together and you come up to $194 million in some shrapnel. However, Councillor McLaughlin, the $13 million loss for 2021 is going to be similar to the loss of 2020 when we budgeted for 18 million and lost 90 million. What we're going for now is a $13 million budgeted loss for this year, which could very, very likely end up as a similar loss of the best part of $100 million for this year. And that's on top of the revelations that we can't talk about. So this will be the single largest financial loss in local government history. Indefensible. Can't defend the indefensible.
Thank you, Councillor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Best. As I said before, and Councillor Holstein said, you had someone, you had an amendment that was going somewhere. You had some clear guidance to the public as to what we thought we would do, and then here we are. We're back to watering something down and going nowhere. Deja vu, Central Coast Council, and the Office of Local Government is watching all this unfold. And once again, I'd shake my head. I'm speechless. I'm out. Done.
Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking for, I don't think it's a mayoral minute now, but it's the motion that Councillor Smith brought and was allowed you to move and her to second. But I think the first thing that I'd say is that what I would acknowledge is that there's a breakdown in council's financial management and council's governance. And this has hit the bulk of the elected body cold, as it did when we had phone calls last Monday. It was unbeknownst to us that this situation existed internally, and there was a likelihood that funds had been spent from areas that they shouldn't have been. And I'm not saying anything here that isn't on the public record. This was the release that the general manager or the CEO put out, I think, on the Tuesday. But that hit the elected body cold. We'd had external accountants come in, look at where the council was, do an assessment of what was required for us to balance to get through the COVID period, to get through the bushfire period, to still try and move forward with the amalgamation, which is costing somewhere between $100 and $150 million, which was imposed on us by the state government, but we were only given $20 million to manage. So from the elected body, we had advice given to us that we should act on and try and balance. And the best of our ability, with the knowledge that was given to us, we did that. What I'm very supportive of is a deep dive into council's financial issues and accounting procedures and the governance procedures to try and find out where the root cause of this problem is. And nobody here knows that at the moment. It's all innuendo, all scenario. What we need is to take a view of quickly, efficiently, and with the right technical advice, diving deeply to find out how council has ended up in this position. And it's not through voting in the chamber. It's not through issues of debate. It's something in the back office, in the accounting procedures, and in the governance where maybe, possibly, inappropriate funds were accessed and spent, and positions, financial positions that we thought we had and we were told we did have, we didn't have. So we acted appropriately with the information that we were given. Now, if there's councillors out there, and I think I might need a 1 minute or extension of time here, Madam Mayor, if I could seek that.
Councillor Greenway, second. Councillor Sundstrom, away you go.
Thank
All
you,
those in favour of all those in favour of an extra minute. Oh, it's Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Pillin, Councillor Best is waving, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Hogan, and Councillor Gale. All those against? Abstention. Councillor Holstein, are you giving Councillor Vincent an extra minute? No, you're not getting a minute. He's against. Therefore, it's still carried. You've got an extra. Oh no, he's saying you can have a minute. It was unanimous in the end, councillors. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you for your generosity, Councillor Holstein. Now, if there were councillors who had information that the other part of the elected body did not have, if there were councillors who've been in the media reporting losses 198 to 190, or I've written down here $194 million, if there were councillors who had inside information or information that other councillors did not have about 500 jobs, about EFT numbers, which the other councillors did not have, I think it should be investigated where those councillors got this information from and what basis do they make their claims on. It's clear that the elected body didn't have this information, but some councillors seem to have that. If they had that information, why wasn't that raised with the General Manager? Why wasn't that raised with the Internal Ombudsman? Why wasn't that raised through appropriate channels? That's what needs to be investigated also.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Okay, my list. I've now got Councillor McGregor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I encourage councillors and anyone who's watching to read clearly and succinctly what we are dealing with now, which is points 1, 2, and 3. Councillors, I do not understand how any of the 15 of you can vote against point 1. It's plain and simple. Everyone's saying the same thing. We should be beating from the same drum. Number 2, councillors, I cannot see how any of you in good conscience can actually vote against or avoid a forensic internal audit of council's finances, especially considering that this is already underway. The 100-day action plan to recover, obviously there's some skepticism of this. We were presented with this, I can't remember the exact timestamp, but very late in the piece this afternoon. I don't believe we've had the full time to to digest all of the substance, but there has to be something done. And this plan is being prepared in conjunction with external experts of the highest calibre. As Councillor Holstein has said, a man of much experience in leadership positions, you cannot sit back and do nothing. And councillors, if you are opposed to a forensic internal audit and the formulation of a plan to get out of this, well then what the bloody hell are you doing in this Zoom? Number 3, establish a finance committee comprised of all councillors. When the CEO was selected, there was issues raised about a smaller subcommittee representing various different interest groups picking in. All councillors at one point or another would have liked to have been involved in that. A matter of this magnitude should not be left to smaller individuals representing potentially larger groups to make these decisions. We all have a responsibility to the people of the Central Coast to roll up our sleeves and to either get out of the way and let the independents do what they can, provide them with whatever information that any of us have for them to do their job, or to support them.
Sorry, Councillor McGregor, I have a point of order from Councillor McLaughlin.
Look, it's a point of order from the previous speaker that's made some allegations.
Sorry, it's not a point of order then. If we're on Councillor McGregor, you can't put a point of order on somebody that's already spoken and stopped. Sorry, okay. Councillor McLaughlin, thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Back to point 3. Councillors, all 15 of us should unanimously welcome the support that we have been afforded and offered through the Office of Local Government regarding the independent financial expert and the human resources advisor, as well as the independent legal advisor. We need to also give consideration to other relevant consultants being involved. As we've mentioned before, there were 4 audits. We were given a clean bill of health, and then all of a sudden, we were smacked in the face on Tuesday morning. We were completely kept in the dark before them. We made the decisions that we could make on the best advice we were given. And for 3 years, the staff prepared budgets and said they were coming in. They were appropriately formulated with their expertise, and a majority of councillors endorsed them. Although I will note that obviously there are councillors from the north predominantly who have voted against budgets because of their inequity. And there is other questions that have been raised, such as my question on notice about which projects came in budget or over budget in the last 12 months, which it's going to take internal staff 5 months to get an answer to. This is not good enough. This is a time to work together as a 15 to appeal to people with real expertise and knowledge and capacity to come in here and clearly get to the bottom of this. This is a catastrophic failure that needs to be appropriately addressed, and it can only be done through taking the action of voting up these 3 points which are in front of you now, rather than leading silly political crusades which do nothing to serve the community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Hogan, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually got there in the end. I wasn't going to speak on this matter. I was going to sit quietly and see what actually came out of this. But I think the thing that concerns me the most is we refer to our people, the people that we represent, as somebody that's distant to us, that they're not actually as close to us as we think they are. We are elected representatives to serve our community. And that's what we need to continue to do. We need to give them answers. We know that there's been a big muck up somewhere. We don't know where that hole is. As everybody has said, we found out Tuesday. If you look at the 28th of September business paper, you will see the financials there where it says that our internal restricted funds were 110 mil, our external restricted funds were 323 mil, and there was a lot of investments as well, totaling around 300 mil. So as a councillor who sat on a ticket of integrity and their community, I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed to find our council in this position to be answerable to the community in a very questionable way. However, the councillors are only as good as the information that's been provided to us. And on the 28th of September, we were provided with figures that we believe were a true and correct financial position of the organisation. I'm not sure what other councillors feel, but I know that I had the actual job of ringing community members to tell them that they couldn't have their $380,000 pathway, and not because of this financial crisis, but actually to do with our budget and because of COVID. So we've gone from fires, from floods to drama to COVID to this, and one thing seems to have paled into the other. I'm scared for our community. I'm scared for the future of our community. And I do believe that the only way to get through this is an external, and I mean that very strongly, external audit to actually drill down, find out what's going on in the black abyss of council, where the money has gone or where it has been reported, and that we just have to get to the bottom of this. And whether it's with the leadership we have now or whether it's new leadership, but we definitely need external monitors on this. And I'd just like to thank our mayor, who's been through a very extremely difficult time in this last week, and all of us councillors as well in the ELT, and of course our senior people. It is a very difficult time, and it's a difficult time for our community, and we ask for your patience in this. And that sounds like a cliche, but it actually is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Sundstrom, you've been patient. Your turn.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to do a bit of a compare the pair, because we've had a motion in front of us which we rejected, and now we've got another motion that we need to look at. So the one that we rejected, it didn't. The one we're looking at now doesn't preempt the finding of any future or ongoing forensic investigation. It doesn't greet the officers from the OLG with what could be an unwelcome early set of rules and guidance for them. What it does do is it says to the Office of Local Government that we welcome the fact that following the self-reporting, that they recognise the need for some outside vision into an internal problem. It lets the OLG know that we're a group that are willing to openly be subjected to a close look into the darkest corners of this council. And that's what we need. We need those outside eyes looking in. We need to cooperate. We don't need to tell those people that are coming outside that you can't go here, you've got to get rid of them, you've got to do this and you've got to do that. We need to be open and honest. And it's time for something that our First Nations people are really calling for as well. It's time for some truth telling. It's time for some justice. And we won't get truth telling if we push people out of the picture before we've got their insight. We won't get truth telling if we restrict those people from the OLG and the forensic investigators, and we won't get justice unless we are open and honest and lay everything out on the table to be seen. Thank you. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor McLaughlin, you've spoken, but you said you have a question, not a statement. So go ahead with your question.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to ask a question, and the question is to Councillor Best, and I'd like him to clarify some of the comments that Councillor Vincent raised about some allegations about knowing some information that the other councillors did. Could you just elaborate on that, Councillor Best? Just for openness and transparency, so that the public know that there's no innuendo or whatever from what Councillor Vincent said.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin, for your question, and Madam Mayor for receiving it. Look, I take great exception to the suggestion, the innuendo that, I've been sitting on information that I should have revealed to try and head off some kind of financial cataclysm.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Now in.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
In my address, I never named a councillor. I said if there were councillors who had information and who were in the media and who were quoting figures, I didn't mention any councillors' names. If Councillor Best thinks that's him, well, that's his prerogative.
I've been asked a question.
Yeah, sorry, I do agree with you, Councillor Vincent. You didn't mention names, so
I've been asked a question and I have a
he
motion
has been
on
asked
the
a
books.
question.
Well,
So
just for clarification, no councillors' names were mentioned, but if Councillor Best feels as though that he may be someone who had inside information or information that wasn't made available to others, then that's his prerogative.
I'm happy to answer it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the notice of motion that sits, I think it's 6.1, whatever it is. And Madam Mayor, I've got no video.
6.2.
I've got no visual on you at the moment. For some reason she's dropped out, but you've still got the audio.
Oh no, I'm definitely there.
But can you see myself?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you guys have disappeared on my screen, but I'll get there. So look, the motion, councillors, as you go through dot point after dot point, that's all information that's available either through staff. The first point in the motion around the use of funds of $13.2 million. I mean that's come out of this document, if you can still see me, which is the scathing governance and internal controls of local infrastructure contributions, and we featured in that with 3 other councillors. All the other information in here, Madam Mayor, is available from staff or in reports. The only place that I could possibly be called to account in a correction, and I'll be very honest here, Councillor McLaughlin, is when I say that some contractors under the illegal body hire contracts for $9 million this year, some were getting $1,300 a day. I think I misunderstood the former CFO, and I was looking at some of my notes, and in actual fact, some of the contractors have received up to $2,000 a day. I know I don't go to a lot of briefings, councillors, but there's a lot of ways of getting information. We've got great staff. You've only got to ask them, and they'll tell you lots of things. I've got another piece of paper here from the former CFO. As I said, labour hire for 19 actual was 9 million, and the budget for 2020 was 9.2 million. Wages for 19 was 1.94 million, and in 2020 it was $205.8 million. So you could argue it was $210 million. And the other issue that's been raised to me, Madam Mayor, about how I knew about the different staffing levels and the FTEs, I've gone back on the tapes and checked, and the 2,500 staff is a direct reply from me, from Mr. Gary Murphy, who said in the chamber on the tape that we had 2,500 active FTEs. So, councillors, it's all there in black and white. You've just got to listen between the lines. And yes, I, along with some colleagues, have written a letter to the OLG, and that letter of complaint was under S429A of the Local Government Act, as we have a right by elected representatives. We did it more than a month ago, the 14th of October, sorry, the 14th of September 09. And in that letter, we outlined a significant number of risks and failures in our systems, governance systems and internal controls, and called on the OLG to step in, and they are taking, which I cannot go into the details of their position, but I would have to say to their credit, they are taking this correspondence by myself and some other colleague councillors very, very seriously, and I thank them for that.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Best. I do believe you've answered the questions.
Thank you. I'll try and get you back on video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Marquette. Councillors, we have had 2 for, 2 against, but I'll give Councillor Marquette opportunity to speak against.
Appreciate that, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'd want to speak to this. I know I've already touched on this in the amendment that I tried to put up that was unsuccessful, but I want the ratepayers to understand what's going on here with point 3. No, this isn't an episode of Yes Minister. We're more like an episode of Monty Python, to tell you the truth. What's going on here is we're talking about setting up a committee. It's supposed to be talking about all things financial. No one can tell me what it'll cost. It's got a nice little slogan that goes about, let's fix this thing in 100 days. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these same 15 people on a committee, and they're going to fix it in 100 days. I've got some news for you guys. You've been here for over 1,100 days. This is the committee. What we do here every second week. We are a committee right now. We're a board. And everyone wants to bring it back to it's political. It's political. It's not political. This is black and white. You people have spent like drunken sailors. You've spent anything in front of you. There's been no fiscal responsibility from the start. Anytime I try and bring up, or one of my Conservative colleagues tries to bring up, let's at least find out, guys, how much this costs before we vote on it. We get voted down by the block of 8. Now, the facts are that block of 8 is 5 Labor. That block of 8 is the 2 CN independents and Holstein. They all support each other every time, and the block of 8 wave it through. So that's where now, of course, there's been staff issues here, but the sad fact is you can go back to any meeting. Go on. Like I said, go back to 2 meetings ago. I actually begged and pleaded with you guys when it was all things biodiversity. Please, let's wait 1 week until the staff can tell us, will this cost 1 million or 300 million? The staff admitted, Mr. Cox said to us, we could put costings. They actually said, I apologise, Councillor Marquardt, I agree we should have put costings, but would you guys wait? No. Now, what's the difference now? What would these people that have so recklessly spent hand over fist and over 1,100 days, what would they do in 100 days? This 100-day recovery. Like I said, it's like a slogan out of Yes Minister. It will do absolutely nothing. To achieve point 3, you're spending money that you don't have. You are going to illegally spend money again. I will gleefully put my hand up. Now, Councillor McGregor again tried to go through each point. No one's got a problem with 1. No one's got a problem with 2. To implement 3, you're spending restricted funds. Full stop. That's illegal. You should not be doing it. Any councillor puts their hand up for it, I hope they get dragged over the coals, not only for what they do tonight, but for what they've done to the people of the Central Coast, because my kids are going to be paying off the legacy that you people have created. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Marquardt. Councillor Pillen, and then I've got Councillor Holstein for a question, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where to start? This is beyond comprehension, this extremely sad situation that we find ourselves in. This is beyond politics. It's beyond everyone in this, on this Zoom meeting. Councillor Merton said, we cannot afford to go into administration. Well, sorry, personally, I can't see how we can afford not to. We hear from Councillor Best, we came into this position at 65.433 million surplus, and we're now in the public being allowed to say more to come. What I find really distressing is this situation we find ourselves in. We've got the acting CFO and the current CEO missing in action. They're sick. So the rest of us are here now to deal with what we've been put on us on as a Tuesday morning. Serious intervention is required on the internal financial systems and the internal management until it is resolved. And the measures that we are taking, as we've heard, you're going to the same people and going around in the same circles, and the conversations that have happened in here in the last 3 years are beyond comprehension. We've had alarm bells ringing from day one with the appointment, and there was alarm bells ringing for those who, I don't know, picked up on certain things in the confidential meeting the other day that I won't say because we're not allowed to. But for me, that's why I supported a no confidence, because there were certain comments made that I cannot support around cash flow, around voluntary redundancies. This, I said at the budget, I could not support the budget, that tough times call for tough measures, and it hasn't been done, and that's why we're finding ourselves in this critical position. As you said, this is not about me, this is not about Liberal, this is not about Labor, this is our Central Coast region that everyone needs to put everything aside, put themselves aside, put their own jobs aside, and think about what is best for the Central Coast region. And that's what I'll say to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. I've got Councillor Holstein.
I'll do a correction first. When I went to school, 6 + 2 + 1, even if it was Holstein's X1, adds up to 9, not 8. So, Troy, get your numbers right. And please, I agree with some of your concerns. I do have a question to you, Madam Mayor. The difference I'm seeing between what suddenly came back for what I thought was being done for the mayoral minute got changed when Councillor Smith's motion came up. I thought we'd go back to the mayoral minute. If that was lost, then we'd have a subsequent motion to do something. Your withdrawal of the motion. I ask you this, the difference is some of the councillors would like to be a little bit stronger in the motion, and that's what we had framed initially in the mayoral minute with you. Wouldn't have happened if we'd done it seriatim and just gone through point by point, but no. Would you, Madam Mayor, put that motion that we had crafted up to the point of going into confidential, would you be prepared to put that back up?
Councillor Holstein, I don't believe that if I put 4 and 5, that is going to make some of these councillors support it, because they're very concerned about item 3. So by adding 4 and 5, which is
you had 3 originally in there. You add 4 and 5.
I had 3 in there, correct? But there was an amendment to get rid of 3.
Try it.
Councillor Holstein, you
it's
can
just
run.
Weak. I'm sorry, I've got to vote for something. Unfortunately, I can't. I'll support whatever's going to be at the end of the day, simply because it's irresponsible not to have something to move forward. And Councillor McGregor was right. 1, 2 and 3 is doing something. It's not doing enough. There was parts of that motion we had that should have been up. You should have given it a chance, Madam Mayor, but you withdrew, and I'm disappointed in that.
Well, Councillor Holstein, I believe there's another motion coming up, notice a motion from Councillor Best, and I'm sure that Councillor Best will be looking at adding it to that motion, won't you, Councillor Best? So I'm sure you'll get an opportunity, Councillor Holstein, to support that. Sorry, I'll be sticking with points 1 to 3. Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Greenaway next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask a question after someone said something and it's gone out of my head. So I don't think I've spoken to this, have I? Because if I haven't, I just
according to my piece of paper, no.
Okay, so I just want to make a couple of things clear. There are some of us on council that really did get onto council to try to do a lot of really good things for the community, and it has been disappointing just about every meeting to see some behaviours that I think are counterproductive and don't achieve anything other than, I don't know, just trying to destabilise or something. But really the majority of councillors are getting on with the job. We are trying to deliver for the community, and as everybody has said, this apparently, I mean, from what I understand, it hit everybody equally as surprisingly. However, we've had some councillors then saying, you people, you've done this, you've done that, and you're responsible for it. And I'm thinking, how can we be responsible for it? I don't understand how, like the audit hasn't been done. We don't even know the extent of the problem, and yet people are already, even though they're saying they're not being political, they're already trying to pin it on someone. So I just think that type of behaviour is really, it's unfortunate, it's unhelpful, it's just on a lot of things. So I do hope that we can just make a decision here, work together. Okay, probably a pipe dream, but the majority of us do work together, and I'm pleased that Councillor Holstein was named, because that makes 9 out of the 15. So we have more than enough to try to get things moving forward, and I hope that everyone remains positive and just gets away from all the, oh, it's your fault and you didn't vote for that and I said this. I mean, honestly, the community is over that. All they want to do is feel assured that we are trying to act in their best interests. So I think that's what we need to convey today. And the other thing that nobody's mentioned is when this sort of problem is identified, whether it's the Royal Commission into aged care or whether it's a Royal Commission into banking or whatever it might be, if there's something that's been discovered, sometimes it's one person's just discovered and it's out of the blue. Sometimes other people have been chipping away and it's been discovered. We don't even know how it's come to light. So we just need to be a bit mindful too of the people that are going to be impacted. And I just think, you know, we've talked enough tonight. If we can't vote on one motion that's got 3 paragraphs after all these hours, it's really ridiculous. So I hope that we're about out of speakers and that we can just vote and show that we are committed to dealing with this problem and coming up with a solution. And nobody is calling the 100-day action plan a solution in the long term. It's a plan to recovery. It clearly says it's a plan. Nobody has the expectation it will be fixed in 100 days. So that's absurd to even suggest that. Again, if we can please try to stay a bit level-headed, and those of us who are happy to work together continue to do so. Hopefully we can discover what the issues are, how long they've been there, who's responsible for them, and how we solve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Greenway. Councillors, there are no further hands, so I will close in saying, first of all, point 1, I think we have to acknowledge the distress that this news has caused to us and our ratepayers, and we are ratepayers as well, and I think that's important to understand. Number 2, that the ELT team have already established the working group of a 100-day action plan. This is not the councillor's action plan. This is not the mayor's action plan. This is something that the ELT team have already started to do in coordination with our auditors. Number 3, gives councillors an ability or an option to opt in being part of the solution. Because what we heard on Tuesday was information that we were clueless. We didn't have that information. This now is an opportunity for us to get involved and get to the bottom of it, and working in partnership with the 2 delegates that the Office of Local Government are sending our way. Now, we welcome that from the Minister, and we need those people to come into the office, and we need to start. I can't believe that this mayoral minute has taken almost 3 hours to get to this point where we can now vote on it. I believe the intent of this motion is to get a committee of councillors to actually get into the room and get the information that we so desire and that we need, so that we can go back to our community with confidence that we can move forward. This will not be the end all. There will be things that we will discover. And in fact, we may get a letter from the Minister tomorrow, and do not come on Tuesday. Sorry, the days are just going. It's not that I haven't been in that position before. I remember the last time we were put, the administration through the amalgamation through the state government, we had a council meeting just like this, and the next day we got our letter, do not come. So don't be surprised, councillors, if that's what you find tomorrow morning. However, I will commend the motion to you and say that we need to be a part of the solution. It's now not the time to continue to point fingers and blame everybody. We are all in this together, and we need to show that our community as elected representatives that we will do something about this. I therefore will commend the motion to you and ask for your support. I will therefore move it by myself, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against? Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Marquette, and Councillor Gale. The mayoral minute is carried. It's a motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, will now move on to our next part of business, which is 3.7, which is the council representatives for the Hunter and Central Coast Regional Planning Panel recommendation. Do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Sundstrom. Oh, Councillor Sundstrom's waving because I believe he's got a declaration and he's out of the room, as is Councillor Smith. Thank you. I'll wait. My apologies. Councillor Smith, you're leaving. I believe we have both Councillor Burke, are you going out or are you staying? You want to second it? Okay, Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Burke. Did you want to open debate, Councillor McGregor?
Look, I'm happy not to speak to this and for it just to be voted on so we can get on with the substantive business at hand. If I'll address in right of reply if I have to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burke. Did you want to speak? Sorry, no. Okay. I'll take it.
Is that
okay? There you go. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No. Just quickly, Madam Mayor. We looked at this about 3 years ago when we were first elected, and we said this is being transparent and bipartisan with a Labor person on it and a Liberal person. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll just hopefully that can be put through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillors, do I have anybody speaking in opposition? No, I don't. Therefore, I will write a reply. Councillor McGregor is not required. I therefore put the motion moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Burke. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I believe I have a unanimous. Are you up, Councillor Best? Yes, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I'm now moving on to item. Oh, sorry, we have to wait for the two to come in. Councillors, look, I'll just not make a statement, but before we go into the next matter, are people needing a convenience stop? Yeah, that's a thumbs up. Majority of people want to have a stop. I've got 3, 4. Okay, councillors, I will just put a quick 5-minute stop for people that need a convenience break, because I guess we've got the last 2 motions, which will probably go on for a bit. So 5-minute pit stop, please, everybody. Thank you. councillors. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, councillors, I remind you now that we are now dealing with item 3.8 and 6.2 together. So just so that everybody is on the same page. So the recommendation, so have I got a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Best. Sorry, I'll unmute you. So now we're moving the whole staff report. Yep.
Yeah, just got to digest it, and I've got a separate screen sitting over here with the motion on it. So the motion's being wrapped into this. That's how I understand it's working?
That's my understanding. That's what we moved at the beginning of the meeting, that we would consider 3.8 and 6.2 together.
I'm trying to scroll the screen in front of me as a habit. No, sorry, it doesn't move.
Yeah, but we do each in seriatim line by line. So just to seek clarification, Ms. Sullivan, so each number one will get a mover and a seconder, number two gets a mover and a seconder. Am I correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. So item one would have a mover and a seconder and a vote. And then item two would have a mover and a seconder and a vote. Right. And at the end, we'll have a whole new motion.
Okay.
So Mayor, can I ask that, what happens to the motion then? On this screen here, the motion 6.2.
I don't know you. Well, that's at the bottom. We're starting at motion 3.8, and then we're working our way down. That's what we resolved in the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so then can I qualify, when we get to 6.2, are we going to treat it the same as we're dealing on 3.8 seriatim?
Yes.
So we're going through every single
line by line.
You can't use 10:30. You're going to be here till tomorrow morning.
Well, that's what we voted on, Councillor Best. But I think there's a couple of things that probably could go pretty quick, don't you?
Our sanity.
Well, I'm sure. Well, has everybody got breakfast ready then for tomorrow? But I think surely we can. Surely we can resolve number one. Sorry, Sonia, you're going to have to bring it up. Miss Wheat, you're going to have to bring it back up, so that the report on Central Coast Council's serious financial situation be received and noted. Surely we can all agree on that. Can I have consensus there? I will move it. And I will move that item. Councillor Best, will you second that item? All those in favour of item one, please raise your hand. I'm not even going to talk about it. Is that unanimous? No? Councillor Pillen, are you wavering? Thank you. That looks like. Councillor Gull, are you up or down?
Mayor, can I just make a comment to that, please? I think it's important that the Central Coast ratepayers are taken along the same journey as councillors and not left in the dark. We had a guest speaker tonight, Aaron Hartley-Carr. I think in his words, I think he said something along the lines to, give it to us straight, Gary, no matter how jagged a pill to swallow. Well, unfortunately, we don't have the CFO or the CEO, Gary, to answer any questions for us here tonight. So I'll support this as long as the community is taking on the same financial situation that we're receiving. Thanks.
Okay, so all right. So that's unanimous. The first point is unanimous. We're moving forward. Thank you. Unanimous. Point two, that council consider the draft 100-day recovery plan, action plan and financial forensic scope documentation at the workshop to be held on the 15th of October 2020. Do I have a mover? Councillor McGregor. Second, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Gregor, did you want to speak to that? Sorry, Councillor McGregor. Oh, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, in the interest of public disclosure, I'm happy to move this as not moving it as a full endorsement of the plan. As I noted earlier, we were only provided with a draft example of this and briefed on it late this afternoon, approximately around 4 o'clock. But in the interest of taking appropriate actions to move forward for our community, I'm happy to move this, but I do want it noted that we have not been able to fully investigate the document and have at this stage not had any input on it, but we do need to take action to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hogan is seconder, and then Councillor Holstein, I'll go to you.
I'd just like to make one comment that the operative word in this item is to consider the draft. It's not to endorse the draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Holstein, I'm sorry, everybody. This whole screens have moved again.
Just
Thank you. Oh, there you are. Thank you, Councillor
Just on
Holstein.
the pretext that, again, the the range of the forensic scope, I'm not endorsing that until I actually see it and see it's covered everything that we need to in my mind, because I'm sure some of the other councillors have already commented. So look forward to seeing it, and hopefully it's going to be as comprehensive as it needs to be.
Great. Thank you. Do I have anybody speaking in opposition to item 2? No. Okay. Therefore, I'm going to move it as moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Hogan. All those in favour of item 2. That would appear to be unanimous, councillors. Thank you. Moving on. Item 3. That the council requests, sorry, I'm going to read from here. That council requests the Chief Executive Officer to write to the Minister for Local Government seeking urgent assistance with the following. Do I have to read it out, or people? I'll read it out if you like. No? Is everybody okay for me not to read it? No? Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Burke, your hand's up. Good. Second by Councillor Sundstrom. Do I have Councillor Burke? Did you want to speak to it? I'll get you on unmute. Thank you, Councillor Marquette. I've got you up next. Councillor Burke.
I'm going to ask a question, please.
No, sorry. Well, Councillor Burke's first.
Okay.
He's speaking for the motion. Councillor Burke, you need to change your mic again or something, because you're off mute, but there's something you've got to hit.
Right. Is that better?
Can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think the operative wording is a confirmation of the time, scope and the terms of reference for the previously committed financial and human resources advisors. So I'm happy to move that way. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Sundstrom is seconded. Did you wish to speak to this? No. Great. Okay. Councillor Marquette, you're telling me you have a question? Or are you are you speaking against it?
I'm speaking against it.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Speak against.
Oh, go for it. Madam Mayor, I will speak against this. I mean, my God, we're talking about, as Councillor Best alluded to before, $194 million black hole. How do we fix that? Let's borrow another 100 million. It seems like it was only a few weeks ago. It was only a few meetings ago. We borrowed another cool 50. And another cool 50 million. So it's, for one, I can't sit here as a responsible individual and say the best way to fix this problem, which I've just been told before we had the break from, I got schooled by 3 or 4 people that we don't even know what the problem is, but we know we need another $100 million to fix it out of the $194 million we now owe. Like I said, I've got issue with the fact that my kids' will be paying this off. I don't want to put it on any ancestor run further than that. So I won't be supporting that we borrow $100 million before we even know if we need it, or even seek the approval to do so, because I don't trust the organisation at any level, be it councillors, be it staff. I don't trust them with that approval. I'm sorry if that sounds rude. The other part is we're going to seek approval. We're going to seek approval from the minister to continue to break the law. I just can't believe, I can't believe I'm reading that in this first point of 3.8, and I'm disappointed that my colleagues would back it. It's like Ned Kelly saying, listen, if you make stealing horses legal, then I'll stop robbing banks. I just can't believe it. We're seeking to continue to break the law and spend restricted funds. That's exactly what it says.
Sorry, Councillor Marquette, I have a point of order from Councillor Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, it is my understanding that if the Minister grants consent for the use of restricted funds, then it is not in any way what Councillor Marquette is portraying. So I just didn't want the community to be misled by Councillor Marquette's comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. You are correct. If the Minister does approve it, then we're not doing anything wrong, but we need to seek approval.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's an admission that we're doing something wrong now, and can we please keep doing it? Like I said, if you let Ned Kelly go with the horse theft, then he might stop the bank robbery. So this is not a solution. This is not a solution that we should be even considering. Please, government, can we continue to break the law, or can you say it's okay for us to do so and spend ratepayers' dollars and grants in a really poor fashion? Or, by the way, whilst we're doing that, can we borrow another 100 million? Let's just sack another 100 million in there, because I know what's going to happen. If we've got another year of these particular individuals, then there'll be another 50, there'll be another 100, there'll be another 50, there'll be another 100 until someone does something about it. I'm starting to think the only thing, after tonight, the only thing that can be done about it is for Shelley Hancock to march in tomorrow and maybe do what you said, Madam Mayor. Maybe we should all get that letter tomorrow morning. Yeah, I don't think I'll bother charging up the iPad fully tonight, because we might not need it tomorrow, because this is just blatantly irresponsible. And I'm very disappointed that anyone would move it. I'm very disappointed if anyone will vote for this particular point. We cannot do this. We cannot put another $100 million on the people of the Central Coast. We cannot think that it's a solution to say to the state government, please, can we continue to do what we've just been doing? Can we continue to whack our fingers in the cookie jar? I can't back it. I'm so disappointed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pillen, you want to speak against? We've had 2 for now. This is our second against. Oh, sorry, you've got to unmute, Councillor Pillen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I welcome the forensic audit where we found ourselves. I won't talk for long, just to go against this as well. As Troy Marquette has stated, I didn't support the last loan for the 50 million, and I won't continue to ask, as he said, for further funding when we don't even know what the internal problem is at this stage, and to borrow more funding to try and get ourselves out of trouble and just continue to spending. I can't support it either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. I believe I have Councillor Best with a question.
Thank you, Lisa. So just reading 3, we're going to ask the Minister to allow ourselves to dip into the developer contributions to the water management, contributions, domestic waste, and we dip in, and if he lets us dip into those, then that'll keep liquidity and we can pay our light bill. Then it says, or secure necessary external borrowings up to 100 million from T Corp. So if the Minister says no, then we're going to T Corp. Is that how I interpret that to be? The or sits in there. Is that right, Mr. Loader, maybe? Please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. That's correct, Councillor Best.
Okay. You've said we've got about, I forget the number, $320 million accessible if we raid some of the restricted accounts. Is that correct?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, the current balance in our accounts is 328 million.
So of the 328 million, how much time does that? How much?
Point of order, wasn't that confidential, this stuff?
How
Councillor Best is putting on the record?
Well, the staff are answering it. Stop.
But you're saying it on the record as a question. I thought these figures that you're quoting were in confidential, Councillor Best. This is a breach.
I'm asking how much money we've got.
But you're quoting figures.
I'm not quoting anything. I'm asking questions.
Put in confidential.
Madam Mayor, I'm asking
dragging
questions.
staff into the public forum.
Yeah, Councillor Best, sorry, Councillor.
This is a breach of confidential information.
Okay. Right, so
sorry,
Jamie,
Councillor
can I now...
hang on, sorry, Councillor Best, stop for a minute. Sorry, stop. In relation to the, I have asked, I asked Ms. Sullivan in relation to the figures before, and she told me that no, they were in the public domain. So, Councillor Vincent, the figures are in the public domain.
It's the same.
I have asked.
Thanks.
Okay,
it's the same modus operandi.
I'll withdraw my objection.
You might apologise too.
Sorry, Councillor Best, can you just...
Yeah, I've got a question, but Madam Mayor, just constantly, it's after Greg when he raises stuff. And this is why we're in the mess we're in, because you just keep hosing me down every time. So, Mr. Loader, Jamie, before we put our hand up for $100 million increased borrowing, we've got about $236.5 million borrowed right now in external borrowings. So what's the advice around adding another 100 million to that, and where does that put us in our ratios? Well, you know how we're often warned, councillors, we've got to stay within a a 5.1% ratio against other councils. So what does this ratio look like with 100 added on to it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess in terms of the question on the ratio, I don't have that information available to me right now, but I'm more than happy to take that on notice. I guess the position that we're in and the recommendation that we've put to council around this is primarily to seek that approval from the minister, as we've mentioned, to access some of those funds that are restricted, and that is our preferred option at this stage. As it's written, if that is unsuccessful, then we would, again, the best option available to us after that is to seek that borrowing through T-Corp, but at the lower interest rates that are available. So apologies, I can't answer the question on the ratio. I just don't have that information.
You've been in the job 12 hours. I'll let you off. Mr. Loader, so we add 100 million to it. How long will that last us in our cash burn? Do you think? What's the expected time that we add to our pulse here? Must be some figures around that.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Mayor, we're modelling our cash flow. We have a 13-week cash flow model at hand at the moment. As we progress through the changes and the cuts to reduce spending, the cuts to the capital works budget, that model changes, and it also is dependent on a number of other assumptions in terms of people paying their rates on time and all of those other factors. So it's certainly difficult to put an exact time frame on there. We've got Grant Thornton consultants assisting us with that modelling at this point in time, and the advice that we've received from them is that the approval, if we were to obtain the approval for that 100 million, that would certainly suffice us to get through this period and until and also to get us to the point where the actions that were identified under the 100-day plan would start to take effect. So council's in a position at the moment where we're still able to pay our staff and suppliers and meet those obligations, and really that daily focus on our cash flow is what's critical for us at this point in time, and reducing our expenditure, and that's where the focus is right now.
Can I make a comment to this, Madam Mayor? Am I able to?
Are you speaking against? Well, I've
Just
already had
briefly.
2 for, 2
Yeah, I know you
against,
have,
and I was
but
giving. Can
it's
I just go
$100
to?
million. Can I make
Yeah, I
some comment?
understand
Would you
that.
mind?
Okay, Councillor Best.
I know we're getting tired and the night's long. It's going to get a lot longer. Look, Mr. Loader, thank you very much. My questions were not intended to put you on any toast. You really are trying hard, and it's a big hole you've been thrown into. But look, it just council just constantly, you see the.
Sorry, Councillor Best, are you speaking for or against this?
I'm going to speak against this, unfortunately.
Okay,
I'm very
thank you.
reluctantly speaking against it, but I understand Councillor Marquette's concerns when we've got no math around this whatsoever. We don't know what the ratios look like. We don't know how long it's really going to last for. We just don't know. And I think this is the kind of stuff you've got to drill down on. People say, don't panic, don't do knee-jerk things. Well, $100 million borrowed, and next thing you know, we'll sign up and lock into 100 million on a particular ratio, and we've already got, I think it's $189 million borrowed at 6.25%, and we're locked into that, and we can't get out with money being, 1.5% in today's market. So we're paying through the nose because someone did a deal a few years ago we can't get out of. And it's interesting when I raise a few things, clear breach, Councillor Best done something wrong, and then my letter, and then the motion, and look how evil he is. He's got to know something. Someone's told him something. He's been naughty. You know, councillors, I don't really care, frankly. I've gone past all this complaint stuff. You want to go and get some department to come and jump up and down on me. In fact, I'm just sick of all the complaints. And if anyone wants to complain about me, I'll just plead guilty to it all unless it's a pecuniary matter, okay? I'll plead guilty to everything. And we just get on with the business of this. All this kind of trying to catch bestie out all the time gets a fair bit tiring when you see all your work for 25 years just melt in front of you. And everyone's kind of running around saying, oh, it's COVID, it's the bushfires. You know, we didn't see it coming. Rubbish, we didn't see this coming. I have tried and tried along with my colleagues, Pillin, Gail, Marquette, Bruce. We have tried and tried. And I got all my motions printed out last week just to see what actually had moved. And you just hammered anything that we put up that was financial to be managed and looked at and be sensible about. You know, the body hire, the staffing levels, the borrowing levels, everything I've put up around finances, and it's all there, and I'll bring it out later. You guys just put your hand up and backslammed and told me, got some more questions on the Q reports, have you, Councillor Best? Another question, Councillor Best, on the Q. Oh, what are you wasting our time for? We've got to go to dinner. That's all I've got for the last 2 years, and you've dug this hole, and now you're filling in on yourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question, if I may, through yourself to Director of Governance, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan, can you please answer the question with regards to, in the history of local government, how common is it for a council to request approval from the minister to use restricted funds?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's a question for another member of the executive team or a member of the executive team.
Not governance?
No.
Okay, where would you like me to direct that question?
Ask the CFO.
Our CEO is on sick leave, and you quite rightly called that out, Councillor Best, and has my colleague Councillor Pillin.
We have a acting CEO in Mr. Loader. I would suggest that he would be best placed.
Acting CEO, Mr. Loader, and I am reluctant to push it to you because I know you're just in the hot seat for this evening, and thank you for doing so. How common is it, Mr. Loader, with regards to councillors requesting approval from the minister to use restricted funds?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of the number of times that would happen. I wouldn't. My experience would tell me that it's not that common. I do recall the advice that has been given by one of our financial advisors that it's not uncommon for councils to have some challenges around the use of restricted funds, but I wouldn't have any exact details. I'm aware that Bayside Council have raised the issue, and I'm also aware of some internal borrowings that have occurred from within separate funds, I believe in the former while, but I don't think it's all that common.
Thank you for that response. I may have a follow-up question. It may go to yourself, Mr. Loader. With regards to the 100 million request from T Corp, how common would it be that a council would put forward a request of that amount?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, I guess it becomes a question of scale, I think, and the size of this organisation, and not for 1 minute am I suggesting that $100 million is a small amount, but $100 million for Central Coast Council maybe is a different proposition for you know, for a smaller council. So it's probably more a question of scale compared to your operating budget, where those requests for borrowing through T Corp. And again, I'm not aware of any of those arrangements that have been made through other councils. And I guess just take this opportunity to clarify further. I have got some information that in the former Wyong, there was internal borrowing from the sewer fund. So, and that didn't receive ministerial approval.
Sorry, did you say that they did or didn't?
Did.
Yes, thank you for that. Look, from my perspective, I won't be supporting it. It is asking for permission to break the law. We've had a commentary around that, so I won't go into details. But from my perspective, this is outrageous. It's irresponsible, and I think the ratepayers will be disappointed with us. So I won't be supporting this part of the motion. Number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Greenaway's got a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is probably directed to the general council body. If we're accepting that there's a problem and nobody wants to use the restricted funds or borrow money, what is anyone suggesting we do? Like, just to say I won't support this, where's the alternate arrangement to help us meet our immediate financial responsibilities? I just can't believe people are, don't know if anyone wants to respond to that, but I have a second question, and that is we're being told, oh, you know, you say you didn't see it coming, oh, we've been warning you, blah, blah, blah. But I thought this came as a shock to everybody. So are now people saying they're not shocked, they knew this was happening? Because I find that a really inconsistent statement to make. You either didn't know it was happening or you did know it was happening and you warned us all. So I really think we need to be a bit mindful of the wording that people are using, because they're either saying they knew and were warning us, or they're agreeing that it came as a shock. You can't warn someone about a shock, can you? Because you didn't know. So if people are going to keep saying that, next time they do, I might just suggest we get clarification around what they're suggesting, because I just find it a little unpalatable to hear people saying certain people are responsible for this, and yet at the same time them saying they didn't know it was happening. Thank you. I don't know if anyone wants to respond.
Councillor Greenway, thank you. Councillor Pillen, you're up next for your question, because you have spoken against, so you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, can I just please respond to Councillor Greenway there? The warnings, as Councillor Best has said, has come from information that's always been in council reports, but it just got to the point where when you continually raise fiscal management and issues and they get knocked down, that you get to the point where you need to raise this to be taken further. So that is what I would say. That did come as a shock, what we were told on Tuesday, and a massive shock to all of us. My question around this 100 million, please, through you, Madam Mayor, to the acting CEO, is this to pay back the debt of restricted funds, or is this to come in for cash flow? And if it is, who, given the state we're in and no one's really been monitoring what we've been spending, who will be in charge of actually allocating these funds and controlling the spending? Like, who is going to actually monitor that and be responsible to say this next 100 mil just doesn't vanish? Who knows exactly what every dollar's been spent on, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Pillen, there's a number of answers to that question, and certainly, you know, if we weren't already, we're clearly taking serious action around our financial controls, and we have resources in from Grant Thornton that we're utilising internally to assist us with putting those controls in place. We're also in the process of appointing our new CFO, who will obviously have ultimate oversight over this. And there's a range of reporting mechanisms that are being built in, and all of these actions are captured in that 100-day action plan, and also in the immediate, the immediate response that's been undertaken since ELT was made aware of the issue. And also, part of the issue around the bank accounts and those controls, and that's part of that work as well, is making sure that those restricted funds are actually maintained as being restricted.
Sorry,
Yes,
Councillor Pillen, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Loader. Sorry, please just clarify that. Is that to go to pay that 89 million,
sorry,
or it's going to cover paying wages and things moving forward? And I am just a bit concerned. You've just said that the new CFO will have ultimate oversight. We're now in our 3 years 4 CFOs, 2 permanent positions and 2 acting CFOs, and that's the position that's been in charge of monitoring this. And now we're going to put another one in, the 5th one in, and you're saying they will have ultimate oversight. That really concerns me.
Yeah, apologies, through you, Madam Mayor, apologies, Councillor Pillen, probably a poor choice of words. Definitely oversight, not ultimate oversight. That will come through that improved reporting mechanisms and I guess that increased focus also on our cash flow. And to answer your previous question, it is to maintain cash flow, not to repay the restricted funds.
Okay, so we're not clearing what we've already taken out of restricted funds. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holstein. Sorry, Councillor Holstein.
No, can you hear me now?
Can now.
Ah, great. Okay. Somewhat of a question, but also of a clarification, Madam Mayor. My experience tells me is that I am well aware in the past of councils, not only ones I'd served on, that have, depending on their size, had ministerial approval in regard to use of external restricted funds, and councillors who have made as a body who have made decisions in regard to internal restricted funds. So it's not uncommon, but I will point out as well, just to maybe ease some of the concerns in moving this way, and I think Mr. Loader answered it quite well in regard to the size of this council, its ability to deal with that. But it's also noted that other councillors have said, what's the other option? And the only other option I've heard is that the minister dismisses the council. Well, look who we're writing to in regard to the funds. It is actually the Minister for Local Government. So if the Minister for Local Government does not have confidence that this council can actually manage that within their planning, or better so with the officers, because the issue we have about funds that have been expended come back to those restricted funds, and the concerns that Councillor Pillen raised is good. So the processes and the checks have got to be there, most definitely. But to move forward with that Part 3, the very person who would sack this council or dismiss them is the one who's going to have to take due consideration on what we're seeking in Part 3, which should hopefully give the councillors some confidence. If they don't think it can happen, they'll get rid of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor McLaughlin, I know you have a question, but you're saying it's a legal question. I'm not sure that we can answer it in open session. Now you've just muted yourself.
You may be able to, may not. The legal guys will tell us. What I'd like to know is you've heard the word uncharted territory, and this is new and all this sort of thing. I'd like to know from a councillor's responsibility. Someone's going to sign up to a loan here, and I was fascinated the other day to see 409 subsection 3 of the Local Government Act, that we are the councillors that had actually breached the actual the act that that's taken the money where it shouldn't have. We're the ones legally responsible, and I'm just wondering whether we're legally responsible for the $100 million. I'm just wondering if I can get some commentary around the surcharge and what the councillors would be legally liable. It's quite a valid question, I think, before I put my hand up to vote for $100 million. Am I taking legal responsibility for it?
Miss Roberts, Mr. Ball. Sorry, oh, muted.
If the council enters into commercial arrangements to borrow funds, then that contract is between the council and the lender. I don't think individual councillors would have any financial exposure to the lender.
Does that answer your question, Councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, that makes me feel a bit more comfortable. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll just go to the chat button. Councillors, it looks like there are no further questions. We've had 2 for, 2 against. Do I need to go back to Councillor Burke for a right of reply, or are you? Councillor Holstein, you're not Councillor Burke. You can't speak for him. Councillor Burke. Sorry. Councillor Burke, did you want right of reply? Sorry, we can't hear you, Councillor Burke. Sorry, Councillor Burke, we can't hear you. No, still can't hear you. No, okay, no right of reply. I get that. Thank you. Moving on. Councillors, I therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor Burke, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith. All those against? Sorry. Councillor Gale, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pillen. I therefore declare that part of the motion result moved. Division. Thank you for your piece of paper. Division, which means I get to count it all over again because you don't have to stand up. Those who support the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor Gale, Councillor Marquette, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen. The motion is carried for the second time. Thank you. Councillors, we're moving on to that number 4, which is that Council resolved to utilise current scheduled councillor workshops Saturday the 31st of October 2020 for the purpose of reviewing the actions taken to date. I'm happy to move it. Do I have a seconder for the workshop? Councillor Sundstrom. Do I have anybody in opposition? No, I'm going to put it then. If nobody's in opposition, I'll be putting section 4. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Sundstrom. That would appear to be unanimous, councillors. Thank you. Moving on, item 5. That should the Minister for Local Government not be able to assist in securing borrowing T Corp, that Council authorise the CEO to present a loan proposal for consideration in a future meeting for Council for the sum of up to $1 million. Do I have a mover of item 5? Councillor McGregor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Mertens. Councillor McGregor, did you want to speak to it? Okay. Councillor Mertens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I wanted to move this one for a couple of reasons. The first one is that when we were talking earlier on in the term about consolidating debts and taking loans to do so, we were laughed at. Then all of a sudden it happens. The other point is that previously we have been misled because we were asking questions of CFOs who are no longer here, whether we did have borrowing capacity. We were told that T Corp would not lend to us because we were not at that time running a surplus budget. And we were told that the private sector would not lend to us because we were not running an operational surplus, and we were likely to take out the $50 million loan. Then we took out the loan, given the same advice. We turn up this afternoon, and at 4 p.m. we're told, oh yes, we can and probably will end up taking out a $100 million loan. And by the way, there's already multiple people who have multiple financial institutions, reputable big financial institutions, who are willing to enter into that. So I did want to put it onto the public record that in terms of consolidating the debts of the former councils, which peaked in 2014, as asked by a question on notice by myself at a previous council meeting several months ago, we were misled and we were put back, and now we're put into this position where we're asking for $100 million. The additional point that I'd like to raise, and this is one which was raised with me by one of the residents that contacted me asking for questions around the financial thing, is how can people be complaining about you going into debt for 89 million when the federal government is in debt to $1 trillion or more? The federal government's just turned this nation into Japan, a debtor importing nation. We don't hear any of the Liberals crowing about intergenerational debt when it comes to them, but when it comes to us potentially getting a $100 million loan and having $89 million worth of debt, of which we know that over $250 million is at least a direct result of the state government, particularly more, they don't seem to complain about that. But it's all the Labor councillors' fault, even though we've just had 10 councillors vote on the resolution previously and then a unanimous one, which has had representatives across the board of Liberal and Labor, as well as independents of various political backgrounds. It is rather illuminating. And again, it is embarrassing that it has taken us this long to get to this point, but it is in the public interest to know that we were misled, and attempts to take the debt down, to consolidate it and to get a better financial position for this council were not taken up. And it's also important to put this into consideration when you do have the lowest interest rates on record in the commercial sector in the loan market. A lot of these things could have been avoided if issues that were raised by councillors in public and closed door had been followed through legitimately from staff rather than ignored.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Mertens, did you want to speak to this? No, thank you. I have Councillor Marquette. Are you speaking against it, Councillor Marquette? Oh, I can't see you. Oh, thank you. Councillor Marquette, speaking against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to make Councillor McGregor's day. I am a card-carrying Liberal, and I think the debt that the federal government has put on this country is an absolute disgrace. So I hope that puts a smile on your face, Kyle. So I think it's a disgrace, and I would not conduct myself in that fashion, and I haven't conducted myself in that fashion since I've been in this place, be it the real chamber or this virtual one we're in right now. I know there's people in here that have said that debt's not so bad, we'll live with debt. Well, this is where you end up. And again, Councillor Greenaway tried to say that some of us were not having a go at it, but some of us were alluding towards, well, blaming people. That is not the case. I'm not trying to put the blame solely on councillors within this room. I'm not trying to do that at all. But the cold hard facts is we've all been here for over 1,100 days. And every single time we've tried to do anything as Conservatives that have cost saving measures, we've been shouted down. That is a cold, hard fact. So just because there's been mistakes made in back rooms doesn't mean that goes away, guys. It doesn't mean, Councillor Greenaway, that it's okay to spend money hand over fist. It really doesn't. And what we're going to do now is borrow another 100 million. So we're going to say, okay, if the government doesn't let us legally continue to break the law, if obviously through T Corp we can't get this loan, then we'll go hand in cap and we'll try and find someone that will give us a loan. And so, my God, are these our options? Are these our options we've got to overnight? Because suddenly we shake the ratepayers' piggy bank and it wasn't making a noise anymore. So we just want to try and fill it up with someone else's money again. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that federally. Councillor McGregor, 100% agree. It doesn't work like that at state. It doesn't work like that in local government. It doesn't work like that in your household or your local business. It doesn't work like that anywhere. Everyone has to look after their books. This Councillor Best has been banging on for years about we're the board of this business. Well, the business is broken. The business is dying a death of 1,000 cuts. And if the only thing we can do is consider, oh, please let us break the law, or please give us $100 million, or please, if that doesn't work, let's go find someone else that will. I really am dismayed. I'm dismayed that these are the only options. I will not vote. I will not vote on my good conscience to give this organisation, be it the councillors or the people that work within it in the back rooms, another $100 million to melt. Councillor Pillen killed it before with her questions, and I agree with it. It's Mr. Loader has been put on the spot here, but there wasn't a real answer. Maybe the CFO will have discretion. Maybe the CFO will have someone watching over him. Maybe. How the hell can anyone vote to give this place another $100 million? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marquardt. I'm just, well, the Mayor's back, but I will just go to Councillor Greenaway, I think was next. So Councillor Greenaway. Yep, thanks, Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody that this whole council, the whole 15 of us, are in exactly the same position, and it's a bit galling to hear suggestions that anyone, and I think Councillor Marquardt actually said me, would recommend or thinks it's a good idea, or words to that effect, that you should be spending money hand over fist. And I reject that outright. It's a ridiculous suggestion. Nobody's thrilled to be in this situation. And again, I'll just point out that they keep claiming to have, given us all these warnings, but if they wanted to give those warnings to their whole council body, then that means it's just inconsistent. They can't say they warned us about something they say they didn't know about. So they keep saying that. All they can have done is say, sort, as he said, conservative actions with finances. But this isn't what's happened. This big surprise, the negative surprise we all got, has nothing to do with anything we voted for. So it's just such a ridiculous argument, and it's been repeated. And I just hope the community is as smart as we think they are, that can see through these sorts of ridiculous allegations. And as I said in one of my previous comments, nobody really wants to be borrowing money. Nobody wants to be using restricted funds, but nobody has come up with an option that's more palatable than those things. So until they do, I don't know what else they expect us to do. They give us no ideas. They just criticise something that nobody wants to do, but we're in a situation that we need to address, the situation that we weren't aware of up until last week, or at least I wasn't aware of. I can say that definitively. If anyone else says they did know, well, by all means, share that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. Okay, you've spoken again, so you're going for another question.
Yeah, sorry to do this, but I just think it's too important. You're talking about borrowing more money and who's going to be in control of spending it and who's not going to be. Is it possible to ask, through you, Madam Mayor, to each of the ELT team, the previous financial year, what their budget was and whether they came in or over that budget, please, and to how much?
Councillor Pillen, I'm going to interject on that one. I don't think that's a fair question. They're not going to have those figures at hand. I think they could consider them on notice, and perhaps it can be something that's brought to the workshop. Unless any of the ELT can actually answer the question right this very second, but I don't think that's a fair question just to throw at them at 20 past 11 at night. I'm going to rule it out of order for now and ask that information can be brought.
I will just say, I'll make a comment to that then. Okay, we won't ask the directors.
You've already you've already spoken against it. You can't remake another comment. So all you can do is ask a question. So you've already spoken against the motion.
Let's leave it at that. If we don't have faith in our directors to know what their budgets are and whether they came in or under those positions, then that's exactly why we are in the position that we're in. If we can't even ask those people in charge those questions, thank you. And you're the one, you're our mayor leading us, saying that we can't be given that information. There's your answer, why we're in the position we're in.
All right, thanks for that. Councillor Holstein?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, I made my comment just in the chat for the councillors. Part 5 does says it's council's consideration. So you get the chance to, even if it was agreed to, whether you would do it.
Correct. Councillor Vincent?
Oh, thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't know, I was following the sort of debate, and up till a certain point, I heard the Conservatives saying it was a certain group in council that was here, and all of a sudden I heard Councillor Pillen say it was somewhere different. Your fault. No, well, the executive, and then your fault. So I'm just having trouble following the
no, Councillor Pillen, there's no point of order.
Well,
you're going to say that you didn't say it, because you did say it.
Team, I just asked for their financial position, which surely in what we're discussing is paramount. Thank you. I was not blaming them.
Councillor Vincent?
I'm sorry, I must have misheard, but I thought I did hear Councillor Pillen blaming the ELT, and that's the reason why we were in the position we were in. I thought that was the words I heard. Maybe not. I'm sorry.
Those who have come in under budget, Councillor Vincent, well, that's good. Those that have gone over, then that should be put out to question. Thank you.
And you'll get your answers, Councillor Pillen, on Thursday. As I said, I just don't think that any of them right now have all that information. It's an unfair question that anyway, I ruled on it. Councillors, does anybody else want to speak for or against any further questions? Do you want right of reply, Councillor McGregor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in right of reply, I do note some of the comments in this debate, and I do concur with them. I would be happy to reach across the aisle and support and getting that information. As you'd note, that I've been trying for months to get this. It's supposedly 5 months off into the ether, so I would be very pleased if we can expedite that through the ELT or through whoever's in the leadership position at the time to do so, because that is essential critical information, and it is a critical failure not to be able to get that information. The second thing that I want to raise here in right of reply is, rather than us pointing the finger at one another and arguing about, little different things that we have different views on, the reality of the situation is that this $100 million loan, if we get it, means that the blokes who are mowing the lawn and the women who are working in the childcare centres looking after our region's children can keep their job, and that they can have secure employment. If we are going to forego that loan or other opportunities as through the minister and the state government, this is going to have a direct impact on not only our workforce, but our community, our regional economy, and the like. So we need to be taking ego out of things. We need to be taking the blame game out of things for now, and we need to make steady and calm and rational decisions that serve the people. The ordinary people who work on the tools in this organisation did not create this problem, and they should not bear the brunt of it. Whether it's us or an administrator doing that, they're not the problem. They need the support. If this gives us the liquidity and the ability to support them and keep them in work, it should be done. I don't necessarily want to be in this position. If the ELT and the elected wing had taken seriously the push to diversify our revenue without pushing that into ridiculous rate rises and the easy options of just going after the individual and looking at some of the proposals, we wouldn't be in this situation. Unfortunately, we are. And the only way that we can move forward is to consider these proposals to make sure that the ordinary people who work for us and the ordinary people out there in the community are not going to suffer the full brunt of this crisis and the operational financial mismanagement, which on the public record has been occurring since 2001 as per the Auditor General's report. So even if this is distasteful, even if this is something that you would not necessarily want to do, and this is certainly not something that in an ordinary circumstance I would be putting forward, make the right decision to make sure that the people who didn't make this happen are not the ones who are hardest hit by it and who bear the brunt of it. Sometimes you need to put ideology aside. You need to put aside the party politics and all the rubbish we've been subjected to for the last 3.5 years. And you need to make the decisions that are going to make ordinary people's lives better, not worse. Because if people are going to play personal politics and the ideological card, and that's going to have that kind of impact on our region, that's nothing less than negligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I'll therefore put them at part 5. That's moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Mertens. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burt, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor Gale, Councillor Marquette, Councillor McLaughlin Best and Councillor Pillen. I declare the motion, or part 5, carried. Councillors, I have a procedural from Deputy Mayor Smith. What's your procedural?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is well past 10:30, so I would like to move a procedural that we defer the balance of the paper to the extraordinary meeting next Monday, noting that we are having a councillor workshop this Thursday, so we can get some of those questions answered in preparation for that meeting next Monday. So I'd like to move that way. See if I've got a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Greenaway. Do we? Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at Councillor Burst, who was having a bevy. Councillors, I will therefore put the procedural motion as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Greenaway. All those in favour of the procedural that we defer the rest of the balance of the paper, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Burke, Councillor Marquette, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Smith. All those against? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gale, you for? Against. Against, Councillor Matthews, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens and Councillor Gale. That is defeated. We will continue, councillors. Thank you. Councillors, I now move to 6.2, which is item 1. That council notes with great concern the recent audit report by the New South Wales Audit Office around council's internal controls over local infrastructure contributions. Council, basically council unlawfully accessed 13.2 mil for unapproved admin activities. Do I have a mover? Councillor Best. Do I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor McLaughlin. Did you like to open debate on item 1, Councillor Best? Sorry. So item 1, that council notes with great concern.
Is there any opposition?
Is there any opposition?
Move it.
Move it as put. Councillor Best, second by Councillor McLaughlin. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Marquette, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Weston, Councillor Gale. All those against? Councillor Smith, were you for it?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Against would be Councillor Greenaway. Councillor Greenaway. Thank you. That's carried. Moving item number 2. Further, council's confidence is significantly eroded in the knowledge that now 4 CFOs, 4 Chief CFO twice, have resigned or replaced. And now we're...
I'll second it if Councillor is going to move it, but it needs to be amended slightly.
Yep. Okay, I know I've got...
Can I amend it?
Yeah, okay.
Just for
I believe
accuracy.
Councillor McGregor's looking at he wanted to throw up an amendment too. So
Well, I'll qualify it. I mean, if
Yep,
I
go.
can, if Sonia's still back there or whoever's still back there.
Councillor Best is the mover. Sorry, Miss Sullivan's asked me who the mover is, which is
okay.
Councillor Best. Who was seconded? Councillor McLaughlin.
On the second line, if I can, now, after now, we'll go 2 CFOs, Chief Financial Officers, and 2 interim/internal CFOs have resigned, blah, 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 blah. And when we get to the end of that, again, is currently, I was just going, it was again recruiting, doesn't matter, it says it anyway, it's okay. Just wanted the qualification there, that was all.
Okay.
Any opposition? I won't speak to it.
Sorry, hang on. I've got an amendment. Councillor McGregor, did you have an amendment?
Thank you. Look, I'd request the mover and the seconder of the motion also note the turnover in the governance section. I think that's equally as important as the issues with the CFO. I believe 4 people have acted in that position in the same time. I could be corrected, but if the mover and seconder would like to include that, I think that's also prescient.
Yeah, happy to. What would you like to word in there through you, Madam Mayor?
Councillor McGregor.
Oh, it would essentially say the same thing as per the financial officers, with the exception of it would say the governance director.
So,
and if that is factually incorrect, I'm happy for it to be changed, but I can remember 4 different faces in the time we've been here.
So CFOs and governance directors or directory, would that work?
As long as it's accurate, I'm happy to support it.
I don't know.
Miss Sullivan, can you confirm that it's been 4? I think it's 3, but I could be wrong.
I think it's 3.
I think it's 3 because if I think Mr. Glendenning, was he ever? And then we had Mr. Evan.
Brian Glendenning, Evan Hutchins, and then you had
and
Liz.
Dr. Liz. So that's 3. So it's 3.
But now we have
we've got 4,
an acting.
1 now.
Well, she hasn't left. Sorry,
No comment.
It's not funny. Well, she hasn't.
Sorry, can I just ask, is that, I thought we didn't have a director at the moment. Is Ms. Sullivan the acting director, or is she still in the...
Well, she's not actually not, her title isn't director.
No, so maybe we should say we note that that position's currently vacant. I mean, that to me is...
Yeah.
Well, I think the truth is we've had 3, the facts are we've had 3 governance directors.
And
the position's vacant. However, my understanding is that Mr. Murphy was restructuring that.
I just think that's been a long time.
Yep, it has. But
I think the last one left in March.
Okay, Councillor Vincent, you've been quite patient there. And then you're next, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thanks, Madam. I was just wondering what happened at the beginning there. I thought I moved that one and then all of a sudden it wasn't there. But I thought I initially had moved that. And
oh, you moved item 2, did you? Oh, that's that's on me. Sorry.
I think I just edited it and seconded it.
Okay, so you're happy to move? So it's Councillor Vincent. Okay, and they've moved it. Councillor Best. Thank you. So you're happy with the changes then, Councillor Vincent, because it's in your name?
they're the facts as I recollect them. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, get some facts on the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you. Just in the interest of getting this right, in relation to the number of staff that acted in the position of CFO, have both of those resigned, or they just go back to their previous duty?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to answer that question. Both of those interim acting arrangements have gone back to their substantive roles.
Okay, so they haven't actually resigned. So that can be taken out. Should be taken out, in my humble opinion.
What? Sorry, what are you taking out?
It says,
well, Brian.
It says 2 interim internal chief financial officers and 4 governance directors have resigned. Okay, sorry, so it does say 2. So 2 chief financial officers and 2 interim internal chief financial officers, brackets, has resigned. So the 2 internal CFOs have not resigned. I think that internal chief financial officers, are they referring to the staff that were acting in the position? Is that right?
Resigned or replaced, it says. Resigned or replaced, Madam Mayor.
Well, they weren't replaced either.
Well, they moved on and someone else took the job.
Okay,
come on, it's getting late. I don't care what you call it.
Ms. Bryant, do you think that statement correct? That's up there currently now.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it would be more appropriate to indicate that the 2 interim chief financial officers return to their substantive positions. And then separate to that, in relation to the Director of Governance, there have been 4 arrangements. So one being Brian Glendenning, Shane Sullivan also acted for a period, followed by Evan Hutchings, and then Liz Devlin as a temporary role. So there's a correction there. It is 4 Directors of Governance.
Okay, so can you just make sure that the word's now correct, that statement is correct, factually correct? Are you happy with what's now on the board?
Thanks for that, Director Bryant.
That's fine, thank you.
That's good now? Okay, so Councillor Vincent, you got the thumbs up, and Councillor Best, I'm assuming you've got the thumbs up too. Councillors, sorry, is there anybody that wants to speak against it? Sorry, against? Are you speaking against, are you, Councillor McLaughlin?
Right. You there?
Yep.
Seeing I'll speak for it. I just want to make this point, or this, I think it's really relevant to think. You can't have that amount of turnover and culture unless you've got something structurally wrong with a business or an organisation. And I'm glad they brought up the governance directors there, because I've sat in briefings with the governance directors that have given this council and you councillors direct, clear legal advice to go one way. You've ignored it and gone the other. I mean, the night that Evan Hutchins gave notice, he gave notice after the infamous trees on the airport. He gave us clear advice what to do, and after that meeting, we noticed he resigned. I would like to know whether he resigned over the trees or whether there was something else. But I think you can't say that this has all come as a shock, and you can't say all this finances have taken us left field when from the very first vote that this council ever took. I want you to
Sorry, Councillor McLaughlin, I'm just going to ask, the motion on the books is about the staff, so can you just keep to relevance in relation to that, please?
Well, okay, your staff is, you as councillors, as the board of directors, you give the staff direction, and if you keep demoralising the staff and voting down everything that they put forward or not take their advice, is there any wonder why they give notice? That's the point I'm trying to make. So I think as the elected board, you have to take some responsibility in the staff turnover. The buck stops at the top, as they say. So that's the point I'd like to be put on public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, is there any opposition? No. Oh, Councillor Holstein, are you speaking against?
Madam Mayor, I'm asking a question. And the question is, departing CFOs, was there exit interviews conducted with those individuals that may well have identified any aspects of financial concerns at the point of their exit interviews? I think that information would be pertinent to the councillors in further discussions about where we've come from. It has been normal practice in business that as senior management leaves, there is an exit interview. Were the two departing CFOs given an exit interview? What information came from there that our senior officers may or may not have been aware of? And I don't know who can answer that or whether that can be taken on notice to find out, because it will be a question further in the discussions of why we are where we are.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Holstein, I'm not aware of any formal exit interviews, but I will take it on notice and confirm.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent, did you want to, there's no more questions. So did you want to write a reply? No? Okay, councillors, I'll therefore put that point 2. Moved by Councillor Vincent, second by Councillor Best. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, it would appear that that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to the number 3. Do I have a mover? Councillor Best. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it if you want.
Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Best, did you want to speak to it?
Thanks, Liz. Is 3, I don't want to speak to it, I just want to edit it and make it right. As elected representatives and trusted custodian, it's that line, is it?
That is correct. And then you've got A to Z.
So Sonia, if you could pop down to A, I'll make some amendments to these if I may. A, I go full year loss eclipsing 50 million. I think that should eclipsing 80 million. I'm wrong, I underestimated. And I did look really rough calculations of some of the adjustments as I could understand them. It's pretty complex stuff, but I got to 50 million. And I do recall us talking about that. And I got a bit of a lampooning on Q2 when I said we're going to 30 million. And I got the rounds, if you listen to the tape, on suggesting that. So pull down the page. A's B is true and correct. C is true and correct, D is true and correct, E is true and correct, F same, G same, H same, J could change by putting the word budget in front of staffing. It's the budgeted staffing. You've got to be careful when staff use the word budget, because we actually budgeted for 2,442 staff. And that budget, when we get to their budget staffing levels, after the word levels, as advised by the general manager, as the CEO, as advised by the CEO, now up by some 500 FTEs. And that's on the tape. It's in black and white. I asked the question and I got 2,500 from Mr. Murphy. It's on the tape. I collect stuff. I'll leave the 1,300, but it's actually 2,000 in a number of cases, I was advised. Now, we can play with the borrowings ratios if you want, but I think it's pretty clear. I think it's semantics that the response that we've got here is. I could qualify it if you want, but I think it says what it says. Now the last, we're not up to the last one, are we? We've got to wait for that one, but that needs
up to 4.
Yeah, 4 needs. Do you want me to minute while I'm on the roll here? Even though we're not doing it. Okay, good. Okay, well, what I'll say is, if I can now make brief comment to all these in one go.
So hang on. So you've made all your adjustments.
Yeah, as
so
I
you're
understand.
now speaking to point 3 to K.
And councillors, if I may, before I speak, I want to make this clear, Madam Mayor. Some might say, well, Greg, you try and do your numbers, and I try and get them right, and it's pretty complex stuff. And I sent the motion through to staff. The clock's running. I'm trying to make a disclosure. I'm not speaking. And what are we doing? Am I speaking or am I making a disclosure? Oh my God.
What are you disclosing, Greg?
Well, that's the thing, and the clock's running. So
okay, well,
my time. So I'll start the clock again, please. I asked for that.
Hang on. First of all, stop the clock, make your disclosure, and then we'll restart the clock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some may question some of the changes and the need for changes. When we write these, I wrote this to staff council, just so you know. Please see below notice of motion for the next round of council, and that this memo can be taken as my sign-off. This is dated 1 October. I have CC'd in a number of colleagues who may also wish to sign in prior to the deadline. I appreciate this is a complex motion we have crafted with the details coming from staff reports. However, as all draft motions are referred to the ELT, I'm more than happy for any metrics to be reviewed. And I followed that up, Madam Mayor, with a phone call the next morning at 10 o'clock. And I was told there need to be no variations to the metrics, the numbers. And I'm seeing Mr. Murphy's response under here going hammer for tongs on changing semantics. I just wanted you to know that I actually tried to engage staff to try and work through this, so I wasn't a lone wolf making stuff up. It was my best guesstimate, and I wanted it proved, and they just went straight through, printed the damn thing and said there was nothing wrong until Mr. Murphy gets to put his view in on Friday afternoon, and we've got no time to even look at it or think it through or rebut it. Now, the clock's running, and I'll speak to it now. I've got 3 minutes. What you see here, we're starting here. There's all this banter around, what did you know, and how could you have known, and all that. Here we are. This motion was written 3 weeks ago. We seek independent advice and assistance from the OLG, the Auditor General, to better understand Council's compliance with financial controls and standards. Now, I had no idea the depth of the rocks we're about to run up on, but you just get this theme in the business of constantly costing ourselves money, constantly putting things down and just going, oh, well, it's the way it is. We can do what we like. It's just a few million here and a few million there. It was almost inevitable that we ended up like this. Not this bad. I didn't think it would be this bad. I never countenanced this. So when you go through all this stuff here, A down the page, you kind of get a bit of a feel and a theme for, if you keep doing this kind of stuff, you kind of reap what you sow. And like the art house and library was a classic example where with contingencies, we were getting to $205 million. And how many times did I and Councillor Marquette and others pleaded with you to try and find, say, a PwC audit on the business model? And every time I said, this is going from 60 million to 100, I was shot. I said, this is 120 million. Can't be serious. It's going to go through 150. You're crazy, Councillor Best, but you're ruining the development, Councillor Best. And you get to 171 million plus contingencies, and then you go walk away and leave a trail of property and cost and staff time and wreckage and morale in the team of staff. Now we've created another issue. We're going to spend library funds, develop for library with a federal government grant, and we're going to dip into library funds. We'll deal with this as time comes. We're going to dip into library funds, and we're going to build a 4-story building with less than a quarter of it being a library. I suggest that might actually be illegal, and that's what's yet to come around the corner for our practices. You're building a civic centre, and you're masquerading as a library. We're going to get picked up on that. OLG's watching right now. They're going to go, oh, crikey, another red rag. So you can't just keep doing it. And the court list, it's just flippantly pushed away, but our court list is blowing out. The expenses are really running hard on that. And that's, again, a morale issue in the business. So all these things are not here to just be ignored. They're the reason I wrote to the OLG, because you just can't keep doing that and expect that you're not going to get shot. Then the argument around the staff, Lisa, like for 2 years I've said, come on, let's have an orderly reduction of staff. Oh, you're going to turn the place into a depression, Councillor Best. Are you going to sack all the staff, Councillor Best? No, I'm going to have an orderly rollback of them so we can afford it. And if you have like 450 extra staff, it's about $50 million a year. So over 2 years, there's $100 million straight up on costs. Straight up on cost, there's $100 million.
Thanks, Councillor Best.
How could this have possibly happened? Okay, thanks for hearing me.
Yep. Thanks. Councillor McLaughlin, a seconder.
Yep. I won't. Thank you. Look, as I said before, I don't think you can sit here and say this has just come as a huge surprise. I remember the very first meeting we had after the mayor meeting where we elected Councillor Smith as a mayor. the very next motion that was put up was an urgency motion to vote on a by-election. This council had the opportunity to vote on a by-election that would either be the cost of a phone call to go back to the electoral results, or spend, I think it was $300,000 or $350,000 on a by-election. And I remember I put my hand up for obviously for the telephone call, and I looked around the room and I could see there wasn't any hands up, and I thought, oh my God, they're going to vote for $300,000 and something for a by-election instead of the cost of a phone call. That was the very first vote that this council took. And since then on, exactly what Councillor Marquette said, you've spent like drunken monkeys. We've walked into a briefing on the airport, the $450,000 master plan, just sitting there all laid out, and all Deloitte's there, and everything ready to roll. And I was dry in the mouth when that was thrown in the bin. And then it's just gone on from there. You went down there, we grounded a dredge, we grounded a ferry at Ettalong and turned a whole peninsula upside down. And I went down to I had a public night down at Ettalong, and everyone was getting tarred and feathered and all that sort of thing. And I couldn't believe the attitude of the councillors would stand a community up like that. And then, we tear up checks at Winnie Bay, the biggest tourism check that we've ever had. And sure, we just tear it up, nearly $5 million, no problem at all. And then we wonder why we lose $400 million of the Snowy Hydro money. I mean, that would come, $400 million would be quite handy at the moment, I think. I think we'd all agree on that. And so you can't say that this has come as a massive shock. I've just watched litany after litany of things just roll through. The library, we went from 40 million, I think, up to $171 million in Gosford, and now we're building, as you said, a library that's actually going to allow us to have council buildings on it. It just goes on, and I've just written it all down. It gets right down to it. 30 grand for a colour-bond fence in court costs, and the government was really happy with us on that one. And next minute we find our planning panel, our planning laws are have been taken away, so this is so I don't see this as a big surprise. I am surprised at the volume of the amount, but I'm not surprised at where we've got here, because if you just look down, write it down, incident after incident and waste after waste, and all of a sudden 3 years on, here we are sitting here in a crisis mode. We made an appointment to be here. You actually voted yourself to be here, and you're in the old saying in life, you reap what you sow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I have Councillor, I think McGregor wants to speak against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this motion is the embodiment of everything that is wrong with this council, and it is highlighting those who seek to lie, to create illegitimate, ridiculous arguments to try and tarnish the others. They hold up the business of this council, they hold up the staff, and they put these inflammatory and outrageous motions that are factually incorrect into the business paper. I wish we could have...
Sorry, Councillor McGregor, it looks like I have a point of order. Councillor McLaughlin, what's your point of order?
I'd like Councillor McGregor to point out what we've lied about.
I'll get there. And if you'd read the business paper, you'd see all the things that you have. And if you have any conscience and sense of self, you wouldn't carry on the way that you've done for the last few years with this ridiculous rubbish. Thank you. So
no,
if we go through the motion,
that's not answering
if
my
we go
point of
through
order.
the motion,
Point of order.
Well, he's answering. I think he's about to answer it. He said, I'm about to run out of headphone batteries. I'm sorry.
Well, you can have the point of order or code of conduct, Kyle. You can want that. Which one do you want?
we're in the middle of the biggest economic crisis that the world has ever seen, and this council is in the middle of a financial crisis, and you're playing these games. I mean,
you're the one accusing of people lying, mate. That's defamation, and you've got no parliament.
Anyway, if you'd read the business paper and you went through the staff report, the $171 million civic precinct, we didn't spend $171 million on that. So that's incorrect and false information. the extraordinary waste of millions of dollars through terminating binding contracts, you know the truth to that, and that should be in the public domain, and that would show the ridiculousness of the way you've carried on about that. You talk about the airport, you talk about fiscal responsibility, and you want us to build a $480 million airport that's against the law, that doesn't have approvals, and would have to go through years, if not a decade, of approval processes and everything to actually get it to the point where it's financially sustainable. You talk about a fence being the reason why the local planning panel was brought in to destroy local democracy around planning. Well, if you're saying that, you're prosecuting an argument that because an assessment was made that a developer one individual did not follow the relevant planning controls, that had to go to court, so we then get the local planning panel in return. That's just daft. And then you look at this, and if it's not daft and it's true, that's pretty serious and should be looked at. The escalating court costs. Well, Verta Terra, over $2 million spent on that. How much needs to be spent on remediation? Where does the Verta Terra issue come from? Did it come from this council or did it come from Gosford Council? It's another legacy issue. When it comes to the issue of the $200 million infrastructure backlog, 30th of June, 2019, $142 million, more incorrect information. So 1 minute we're flailed and castigated and tarred and feathered for building infrastructure and wasting everyone's money. And the next minute, we're tarred and feathered for not doing it. It's just more stupid games and more divisive, irrelevant, petty arguments rather than dealing with the matters at hand. Winnie Bay, the whole, I've got a great slogan, tear up a tourism check. The Winnie Bay issue was not about giving $5 million back to the state government. It was about not desecrating and destroying the local environment to take the $5 million worth of blackmail money. Now, we haven't spent $5 billion on that. So that's another saving from this council. We've already gone over the falsitudes of the 500 FTEs. Who knows where this figure of $1,300 a day or the $2,000 one that's been mentioned tonight has come from. It's certainly never been raised with anyone else. Point K, 6.25%. Well, actually, it's 2.87%. That's another inaccuracy. I mean, the erosion issues and all of these things, the Womberall seawall. Look at the state government. Have we been given the money back for all the emergency works that were conducted by this council during the floods or during the crisis at Womberall or during the bushfires? Or are we still waiting for that check? Did they tear up that check for us? There's no need to use this kind of language. There's no need to spread this kind of chaos and disinformation amongst the community. It's time to stop being immature and to make some real decisions rather than sitting there and throwing rocks and slandering people.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Greenaway, you'd like to speak against it?
Well, I don't know that I have much to contribute after that. I did want to correct some of the things that were put out there, just so ridiculous. It's embarrassing to listen to be honest. Anyway, I just think Councillor McGregor did a very good job in trying to get the record corrected. But I guess my issue, as I've raised it many times, is why do people keep doing this? Why is it that every meeting we have to listen to this diatribe of information that's not accurate when the community really needs to have clear and accurate information provided to them? Like, we already know that they're struggling with a lot of the issues that have happened in the last couple of years. And why add confusion to their list? Why add it? It just boggles the mind that you continue to repeat some of these things. And I think Councillor McLaughlin's brought up the airport twice tonight. He just can't seem to get away from that one. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said it's ready to go or something like that, as was the expression, when it's nothing like that. And can you imagine if we were partway through building an airport during COVID, when every airport around the world practically is closed or has been closed, and a lot of airlines have gone into liquidation and all that sort of thing. And we would have looked like the biggest idiots having that bit of infrastructure sitting there with nothing on it. Talk about white elephant. Would have been a white elephant with a multi-million-dollar price tag. So I think when you talk about decisions, we made a decision some time ago not to progress that. It didn't go out even on public exhibition. So all this rubbish about it being ready to go, it was not ready to go in any sense of the word. I mean, just outrageous. At the time it was presented to us, the Warner Valley Airport Restrictions Act did still exist, it still does. And, you know, the whole thing was put together on the basis that that act didn't apply. So it's mind-boggling that these things keep getting repeated and repeated and repeated. And I think in the interests of the community, really being served best by being given accurate, clear, concise information, I'm just going to ask, because of course you'll ignore me, but I'm just going to ask, do you think you could possibly refrain from continuing to do that? I just think it's the biggest hoax you can pull on a community is to keep feeding them that sort of inaccurate information.
Answer that?
Thank you. No, you don't get to answer that. Thanks anyway. Sorry, you threw me off my game then. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. I'm just going back to who was next. My apologies. Okay, I've got Councillor Vincent, I believe, is next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm really going to struggle to, I'm not supporting this motion, and I'm really going to struggle here to respond in a certain amount of time. Can you just hold the clock, because I've got a question for the staff before I put table stuff. The response that staff provided to this motion in the business paper, it wasn't confidential response. It was one that's public. Can I just check that? Because there's some real detail there that I think people have just overlooked. I can't see confidential written on any of that paperwork. I think it's either through Director Sullivan or the acting CEO, Jamie, Mr. Loader.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that information is not confidential, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. You can start the clock, and I'm just going to try and work through it. I don't want to rush it because there's detail here, and it just exposes how infactual Councillor Best and Councillor McLaughlin and others can be in figures. Now, unless what the staff have given here is inaccurate, and it may be a little bit, but when I look at it and read their comments, it makes sense. And either councillors haven't read these responses or they're just disregarding them. But with, say, and I'll just go through what's the easier ones, the council's lack of controls with the civic project. The main costs incurred by council in duration of this project relate to the property acquisitions. These properties form part of council's asset base. We still own that. So that's not money wasted, Councillor Best. That's land banking, as you would say it. Escalating New South Wales court lists associated with council, again, costing millions. Direct legal expenses in 1920 year were 2.2 million. The major component of this was in relation to one, which I won't name it, but it's on the public record there. I don't want to be involved in that. The CFO areas. There was the borrowing, which took me the 500 EFTs. So Councillor Best is asking, he doesn't know what he's talking about, obviously. If you read the staff's response, 2016-17, EFTs were 2,153. For the 2021 period, it was budgeted 2,442, but obviously you don't read paperwork, Councillor Best. It says there the current workforce is 2,157. So while the Conservatives jump up and down about having staff cuts and about shedding staff because you're supposedly 500 staff over, you should look here and maybe get your facts right. And it says the other roles remain vacant. So we're actually understaffed, Councillor Best. So while you're saying this figure and saying that's fact, why don't you just read some of the black and white figures that are put out by staff? There was another one here about debt. I'm going to run out of time, but I really want to, I'll try and get this in. And I think Councillor Marquette was going on about this. Once again, I don't think you've even read the business paper. You haven't even read information from staff. The 50 million in borrowing, you were just trying to paint it that we just borrowed this extra money out of the blue and it was just more on the ratepayers. Well, if you had read the business paper, it said there, and I'm jumping, so I better focus. It said of the 50 million borrowing, 27.4 million was refinancing mature debt. So that was going and getting a better loan like anyone would do with their house loan to secure a better interest rate to save our ratepayers money. Now, to try and paint that as us just accumulating more debt is just misleading. Either I'm not reading this right or you just haven't read something here, but I'm out of time, Madam Mayor. There's a lot more facts in there that if I had more time, I would keep going through.
There's a motion for you to get an extension of a minute by Councillor Sundstrom. I'll support it. Second, all those in favour of an additional minute. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Mertens, all those against. I can't really see any hands, so I'm just going to say go ahead, Councillor Vincent.
Look, I thank you for the extension, and I was going to wrap up at that point. All I can do is ask for people to. I cannot support the motion that's here with the inaccuracies that are in that motion, and you may have given it to the staff, and they may have not come back, Councillor Best, with any changes. They've given you detailed responses, which almost rebute, say that you've got your figures wrong, and you haven't even taken that into consideration. You're still going through as if this is verbatim. You're still trying to paint the picture how you'd like to paint it, and you just seem to be rewriting history. So I just can't support it, I'm sorry. And I'd call on all councillors with any conscience of the truth, look, if you haven't read this, read it now quickly. Have a break, Madam Mayor, so people can read the staff's response so that they can vote with clear conscience on what the facts are.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. I have next up is, I know Councillor Marquette. Yep, Councillor Marquette. I don't know where you are. You've moved again.
Up the top, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I had a question through you, Madam Mayor, if I could, to Councillor Best. Obviously, these points have just been pulled apart by the last few speakers, which is fair enough. That's their prerogative. But the important one I wanted to ask him a question on is when we go down to point K. So it's the one they didn't pick on, they didn't mention because they probably don't want to have it flying out there. But the $232 million borrowing. So you're trying to be lambasted as if you've got no idea what you're talking about, Councillor Best. So because that point wasn't brought up, I assume they agree with it. So I want to know, can you tell me exactly where you got that 232 from? Because after what councillors have put their hand up for tonight, that's going to turn into 332 pretty soon. So how did we come to the $232 million borrowing? Councillor Gregory Best.
We're all slowing down. The mute took a while to get there. Thanks for the question, Troy, and I will be going through these. I just think the whole staff response is just a litany of what's wrong in the business, and the rubbish that's being sprouted forward. It's amazing, isn't it? You just shake your head. What have we got here? CFO, that's where I got the figures from. And I made it quite clear in the K, as clear as I could. And I did ask staff, I specifically asked them, and I wrote to them, and then I rang them again and checked with them. So if anybody's failed to fine tune this, it's some of the same people that have got us into this bloody mess we're in. And heads should roll. I put on this motion in K, 25 million being new borrowings, made that real clear. In no way was I suggesting that everyone knows that borrowing 50 million now on the current market, you're going to get it for about 2.5% to 3%. But what we have got is $185 million at 6.25%, if you want to do the math on that for someone who doesn't do math, Councillor Vincent. Got $185 million, and now you're going to have $285 million. No, you're going to have $332 million borrowed once this thing tonight goes. But I'll do write a reply, Madam Mayor, and we can just waste a bit more time going through this. But the general tone of the staff response and this shoot the messenger stuff, Any one of you could have got off your behinds and written this motion a month ago, but you didn't.
And just really quickly, Madam Mayor, if I could, I won't even take 40 seconds. I just want to speak to this because I want to back Councillor Best up on that. This document down here, people can pull it apart now all they like. The left of the chamber can really have a crack at each point and go through it slowly. The fact of the matter is there's been a hell of a lot of work put into this. There's been a hell of a lot of detail, and it was done before the issue was known that we all know exists now. It was done by someone who actually wants to keep the books balanced in this place. And it's all right for Councillor Vincent to say, oh, that 50 million, 27 million of it was for to reconsolidate loans. Wonderful. What about the other 23? Has anyone ever seen $23 million? I'd love to have it on my bloody kitchen bench. $23 million. You know, well, you just write that off. Just like that, like how much of that 100 million we passed tonight is going to be written off? God only knows. The fact of the matter is, these points. You can argue. You can argue if you like. If you wanted to put an amendment in and say, "Oh, hang on, we don't think it's 232. It's actually 233," then do so. But someone's got to be fiscally responsible in this place. Somebody's going to say, "This is the reality. This is what's happening." 232. Councillor Best has put it down there for us in black and white. 232 just tonight turned into 332. And that's just a cold, hard, bloody fact. I don't think Councillor Greenaway, that the community of the Central Coast sees this as a hoax, because we keep using things like COVID and pandemic, and these are all the reasons. I'll tell you what they will see as a hoax. People that put their pay up during a pandemic, that's a bit of a hoax. But they don't see this as a hoax. They don't see people that are having a crack and trying to balance their rate-paying books as a hoax. Congratulations, Councillor Best. And I can't raise my hand quick enough in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marquette. So I have Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say I was going to take a slightly different tact on it, but some people have superseded that. There is a few things there initially in here that Councillor Best corrected, rightfully so. And as you go down, there's conjecture on some of the other facts or that the staff have come up with, and maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. And I probably would have been more previously aligned to say I would be confident in the staff of the figures that they have put up in counteract to Councillor Best's motion. I don't have that confidence anymore, I'm sorry. I don't have that confidence since a phone call I got on Monday to say we've got an issue. We had here previously in this meeting talking about a motion of no confidence. I still think that is valid because my confidence is in critical life support in regard to this organisation in some of the information that we have been given. And call it shock, call it whatever, there is a lack of confidence now in regard, and that confidence has to be built back up. But there is a lack at the moment of confidence of whether the information we're getting is correct. I just wanted to take the point that, yes, there's a couple of things, C, J, K, that probably you might want to correct or not, but how can you correct if you're not too sure that they are the figures? D and F, where we talked about terminations of and damages or the court listings and the reports. That's probably something more that I'll put the staff on notice as we move forward, hopefully with a better controls and everything on the financial side. There's going to be a few more questions that I think we need to ask as councillor, and I feel guilty that probably with one of the most experienced councils haven't been able to better word or better direct some of the concerns that we have. But I can tell you what, council, as this goes on, before as Councillor Marquette may wish for, that the minister steps in tomorrow and we don't see tomorrow, well, that's fine. If that happens, that happens. But if I'm going to be here, one of the things I'm going to be asking is along some of these lines, some of these issues in regard to our contract termination, some of the issues in regard to our court listings, because where before I had confidence in the officers, I am terribly sorry. It's awful to say, and I know we have lots and lots of good staff, but how can any council feel confident in where the information is coming from and how accurate it is in light of the last week and a bit? You can't have that confidence. And so, councillors, I'm putting on notice that what will happen, as far as I'm concerned, as we move forward, there's going to be a few other questions. And maybe they won't be grandiose or damning or lots of fluff around notices of motion. They'll be clear, they'll be succinct, and they'll be to the point. The questions are going to be asked, and they have to be asked on some of these things that the motion then has highlighted. Because if we don't do that, if we take gospel that the information we're getting is correct, maybe it's not. Because if we were getting the correct information, we wouldn't have been where we were. There would have been reaction by the councillors. So I'm just advising the staff, a confidence has to be rebuilt, and there will be questions that I'll be asking, not in fluffy notices of motion, succinctly on things we need to know where we stand. And D and F are just two of those items we need to. Contracts and everything else. Councillors, look forward to a very interesting time if we still stay in this position as being the elected board of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. You have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question was just with regards to the 6.25%. So who do we have here with regards to sitting in finance seat at the moment? Who's sitting in the finance seat, the director or acting director for this evening?
That would be Mr. Loader. He is acting, he's the director.
For both?
Yes, correct, as he's assumed the same roles as Mr. Murphy has been.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So question through yourself through to Director Loader, if I may. Just with regards to the 6.25%, is that the accurate interest rate that we've got recorded there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify the question before I answer. So in Councillor Best's notice of motion, he refers to an interest rate of 6.25%, and the staff response refers to an interest rate of 2.87% in relation to the recent $50 million borrowing. So which figure are you asking is accurate? Because I think they both may be. It's probably my answer. Yeah. Okay,
so you have answered the question. I thank you for that. So I won't be asking Councillor Best to make any changes because, like you've said, that what's there is accurate as well, as may the staff one be. We've been discussing, you know, a lack of confidence. So thank you for that particular response. Madam Mayor, can I speak to this?
Sure.
I think fellow councillors Best, McLaughlin and those supporting it, Councillor Pillen and Councillor Marquette, the only reason my name is not on this particular motion was because I was on annual leave for this evening's meeting. I hadn't intended to be here and I didn't think it fair to put my name to the motion when I wasn't going to be in chamber. Now, since we've been called in on this urgent confidential briefing, come Monday when I was on annual leave and had to rush back to the Central Coast to attend that particular meeting that we had to be in that particular room to get that information. I just want to applaud the councillors for putting forward this particular motion that I think was a bit of a catalyst for bringing on the information that we now have, which is vital for us to be able to make resourceful decisions on behalf of our residents. So just want to say thank you to those councillors for bringing it. I know that it's late in the evening and you have my support for this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Pillen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, I'd just like to say thanks to Councillor Gale for her support there. I just have a couple of questions, please, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Loader. Given these finances, we've got people wanting extra $100 million loans. You're in charge now. You've been left in charge as CEO and CFO. What is our actual current weekly wage bill, if that's possible, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, our current weekly wage bill varies depending on the level of activity, but on average, it's around the $3.9 million mark. 3.9
mil. Okay, thank you. And probably may take this on notice, or you may know, is it possible to find out how much has been spent under the CEO's delegations to date since started, please? From Mr. Murphy.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if we can get that at the next meeting, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just clarify exactly how much has been spent under?
So how much has come under the CEO's delegation to spend since started, whether that's putting on contractors or whether that may be the renovations that apparently are underway whilst we're not in the chambers, anything like that. Can we please have that total expenses, please? Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Pillen, we'll do our best to get a response to that. I may need to contact you to get some more clarity around that at a later date, well, in the next day or so.
Okay, councillors, it looks like I have no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vincent. So you've already spoken against it. I'm assuming you're asking a question.
Yeah, more clarification. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Through you to the Acting Chief Executive. Item H on there, the Auditor General's report, Council notes the exponential worsening or more of 200 million infrastructure spending backlog. The staff comments to that were the Council's infrastructure backlog of the 30th of June 2019 was 142 million, 0.6 million. Would you consider that 142 million to be accurate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's certainly the information that we have from staff, and I can only assume that is accurate.
And the infrastructure backlog, infrastructure normally is done through the general fund?
No. There's infrastructure that is sorry, I'm struggling with my words.
Some would be grants. Sorry, go on. Some would be grants.
Yeah, but it's not just general fund. It's also we undertake infrastructure works through the water and sewer fund and a range of others, and even the waste. So there is a number of funding sources where that will come from.
So some of that comes from the general fund, though.
Some of it does come from general fund, yes.
And where is the cost of amalgamation coming from?
That again would come from a range of sources. It depends where that activity is occurring, but the majority of that would come from the general fund.
So we were given $10 million a council from the state government, 10 million for Gosford, 10 million for Wyong.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding it was only $10 million total, but maybe another ELT member might be able to expand further on that. But that's certainly my understanding.
Okay, near enough. So either 20 or 10, but you're not sure on that. I thought it was 10 million per council. It may well be 10 million for both, but I think it was for two.
Councillor Vincent.
Sorry,
Jamie.
I just had some clarification on that. It was 10 million cash and 10 million for infrastructure.
And some figures that we've heard, and some have been quoted by previous general managers, is that the amalgamation is going to cost somewhere between $70 or $150 million. And how would we be paying for the rest of that from the general fund? Or how have we been paying for the amalgamation to date? Through
you, Madam Mayor, as I said before, you know, the majority of those operating costs will be coming through the general fund, but you know, where there's works required as part of amalgamation works within, say, water and sewer, then they will come out of those funds as well. But the lion's share is certainly out of general fund.
So while we're spending that out of the general fund, the imposed amalgamation that Councillor Best voted for, that's been draining us of our ability to do some of this infrastructure work. Don't forget about the Councillor Best comment voting. Just purely, if we're paying for an amalgamation, we have less money to pay for infrastructure and other things. Is my question.
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
I'll just leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Pullen, you have a further question?
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Loader, you mentioned the wage bill says approximately 3.9 mil, so say 4 mil, so that gives us about 25 weeks of that 100 mil that we're borrowing. So in 6 months' time, where do we go then for everyone's wages, and should we more come out that there is more owing than this 89 mil deficit? Where to from there? Do we just keep borrowing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, understand the point that you're making there, but there is the council's receiving income on a daily basis as well, so it's not as pure maths as what you've outlined there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is everybody finished with questions? Last calling once, twice gone. Councillor Best, write a reply. At 12:25, write a reply.
Yeah, look, this whole matter is quite interesting to be on now. The attitude of some in here wanting to shoot the messenger. You've been doing it for 3 years now, and the general manager's response, it says a lot to us as well. When you see accounts 9 months past their due date in 18/19, if that's not an alarm bell, something's wrong in the back of the building. I don't know what is. You know, the nonsense that I've been sitting here listening to when I told you all that I gave this to the staff and asked them to confirm the figures, the $200 million for infrastructure is a figure given to us by staff, and I asked them to check the figure because I knew it had gone down, but I didn't know how much it had gone down by. But the staff didn't damn well respond. And I wrote to them, and I'll give you a copy of the email. So heads should roll for that, Mr. Loader, when a director gives a staff member that opportunity and then phones them to check, and yet they still don't do their job. That's why we're in the mess we're in right now. So moving on, Councillor McGregor says, but we didn't spend the $171 million, evil Councillor Best. I didn't suggest we did, but we did almost sign up for $205 million with contingencies on that $171 million. And can you imagine where we would be if we didn't put a rescission motion in and a whole lot of other motions saying get a damn business plan for this thing? You'd be borrowing $100 million, you'd have footings coming out of the ground right now, and I don't know, you'd go to hell in a handbag the way we sit right now. You know, the court one's a beaut one, you know. Notice the staff response, the major component. So that means $200,000 of the $200 million is the major component. You've got to read what you're getting. It's like getting the insurance advisor at the airport. Councillor Holstein picked up on that last week. Guys, you've got to understand the bureaucracy is going to tell you what you want to hear. You look at that line and you find out what those numbers really look like. And I bet you that case doesn't cost $2 million. But it is the major component. Think about the wording of this stuff and why is Murphy giving us these kinds of responses? You know, it's just shocking response to the board as far as I'm concerned. The FTE issue. Well, FTEs, how is it that we've got $194 million in 19? We've got $205 million of employee expenses in 2020, and we've got $209 million in 2021. The current budget, Councillor Pillen, is $200.9 million. So between the last budget, which was $205 million, we've reduced staff like 4 or 5 months ago. We're supposedly, if these figures are right, staff, we've reduced our FTEs by 343 people in 5 months. Well, gee, I hope we're not sacking everybody and causing a depression, Councillor McGregor, that you told me 12 months ago when I raised this. So how can those figures add up, councillors, if we've got $200 million in the last 2 budgets? And the list goes on. You've got to read the fine print. And you're not. And you haven't been asking the questions of staff. And that you've been played off the break and you've got this mess. And that's what you've got. And you could have seen this coming. You could have, not this, but like Bruce was saying, Lisa, it's a cumulative death we're going through here. It's a cut of many. It's 1,000 cuts we've suffered. It just goes back on so many points we've gone and just burnt cash on issues. And we blame everyone else around the room. The buck stops with the council. We are responsible. Sorry, folks, we can't get away from it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Best. Councillors, I'll now put
The last one.
No, we haven't moved this one yet. Hang on. I will now move item 3A through to L in the names of Councillor, I'm sorry, I know it's Councillor Best and I can't see it, Councillor McLaughlin. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Burke, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Marquette. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens. I do believe it is at tied vote. Councillor Smith, I'm not sure if you're there. It's tied, so it will be a casting vote, and I will. So my casting vote, I will vote against the motion. So therefore, the motion is not carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to part 4. Councillor Best will move it. And seconded by Councillor Marquette. Councillor Best.
And so we don't bounce off the walls, I'll just edit this bit here. It'll make it much smoother. I thought about this. Since issues have moved on, this part of it's got a little bit dated. So I thought whoever's in the background typing at this late hour, when we get to the middle of the motion, reporting position through, I've got through, then behind the word through reaffirming council's support for requesting, then it goes on, reaffirms council's support for requesting the OLG, and then it reads okay from there because we're now reaffirming what we've actually done. It looks like we're actually doing something in the public eye. Not that that's kind of going to fool anybody. So I think the rest of it is the rest of it, unless someone's got any midnight alterations. No?
Should we actually say that we welcome the fact that we've been told we're getting HR and a financial person? Should we actually and look for, you know, I mean, I think considering that we, Councillor Best, we haven't heard from them, like we got notification that we were getting them.
Yeah.
But maybe should we be asking where they are?
Well, we could possibly get such as the concerned elected body, and we look forward to this being expedited as a matter of urgency.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
If we can get that out the back of it.
Councillor Vincent has a suggestion, perhaps. Let's see what he's maybe got to offer. If you would indulge us, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent?
I was typing while Councillor Best was speaking, and he might have covered off what I was as a matter of urgency. And the part about welcome.
We've got reaffirming our support in the middle of the motion.
Okay, and what about a bit about welcoming a deep dive into the council's finance and governance systems to identify the root cause?
We are embedding them, assist and embedding appropriate review team in the back end of council's systems to identify issues and appoint. So we're kind of embedding them in the system, which kind of is a deep dive in its own right, really. But I'm happy if you want to put something else in there.
I'm looking for something, and staff could help me here. I think it's in part of your action plan about the diving to and uncovering the root cause of the accounting Director Jamie, Acting Chief Executive Jamie, Mr. Loader would remember that line from the action plan.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I interject? I've just been given that maybe Ms. Bryant might be able to just offer some commentary around this particular motion, if that's okay. Ms. Bryant, before we go there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just noting the wording there, I think there may be some difficulty given the recruitment that we are currently finalising with the new CFO, and there's a potential difficulty there in essentially having two chief financial officers. So there may need to be, I suppose, some refinement or reconsideration of the type of independent support that we're looking for, just so that there isn't a conflict there where we have a situation where there are two.
What about an assistant? An assistant to the chief financial officer to assist. We haven't got one at the moment, but I suppose we need to assist our chief financial officer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that would be appropriate, Councillor Best.
So do you want to word that up somehow? Because I'm getting pretty tired and my batteries are out.
Yeah, I think it's simply systems to identify issues and appoint a temporary assistant to the chief financial officer.
I have some concerns about that. I mean, we've just heard Councillor Marquette talk about money and where we're going to find money to now appoint a temporary assistant. Like, we're already getting. I don't think we need to appoint a temporary assistant when we already are about to have a CFO come in, and we're already getting a finance person from the Office of Local Government. I believe having a third person in there at a cost.
I'm not asking for that. It's actually welcoming. This is welcoming the OLG's person. It's not our person. It's their person.
It says appoint a temporary assistant. We don't. They're not.
Yeah, to step in and well, I didn't write that, but I'm just saying all we're doing is welcoming the OLG.
The right words.
Well, you find it, but I don't just put a third person in the job. No, we're welcoming their person.
That's kind of saying.
Yeah, we'll change it, please.
Ms. Bryant, really what this is meant to be saying is that we're welcoming the fact that
that's right.
the OLG are giving us two staff.
Yep.
And plus we're going to be having a CFO come on. We don't need to appoint any temporary anybody because they've been given to us. So they have to just go in.
There'll be a fee,
so can you well, possibly.
I think, through you, Madam Mayor, I think in that case, if the intent is simply to welcome the resources that have already been identified by the OLG, that's simply what
needs to be said.
That wording should look like. So, systems to identify issues and welcome the resources that have been identified or appointed by the OLG.
Yep. Okay. I'm okay with that. Councillor Vincent, just a sec. Sorry, Councillor, I was going to call you Councillor Greg. I mean, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, sorry, I'll give you an unmute. Thank you.
Just for some clarification there, as per Shelley Hancock, Minister for Local Government's release, it says here, I have instructed the Office of Local Government to appoint an independent financial expert and a human resources advisor to ascertain Council's true financial position. So I think we're welcoming those appointments, and we would like it to be expedited, and we would like them deep diving in the back end of the finance and the governance area to try and this is where Acting Chief Executive Loader, if you could help me with that wording that we put on the end there, which talks about to find the root cause of the financial situation.
You have put that, embedding an appropriate review team in the back end of council systems to identify issues.
Identify the root cause.
So you want to change?
Well, what's what we need to find? That's the thing that's hit us cold. We don't know the root cause of this accounting, governance, delegated authority, expenditure. We're still at a loss to what's happened there, and that's what we want to know.
So, Ms. Bryant, can you... So you don't want identify issues, you want identify root causes? Is that what you're looking at?
Issues, identify
so
the
we've
root...
got the word issues.
Okay, hang on. Identify the root cause and other relevant issues, if that's okay.
Yep. Ms. Bryant, Mr. Loader.
Yeah, look, through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's fine. And I guess just further reinforcing this point is the previous resolution on the earlier item around writing to the Minister of Local Government and asking for the terms of reference, the details and the timing around those resources as well, which council's already resolved to do. So I think that the two go together, and the identifying the root causes is definitely part of the action plan and part of what the work that the forensic audits will be looking at as well. So that's I think that covers all that sufficiently.
Okay, so happy? Everybody happy? Hang on. Councillor Marquette.
Oh, Madam Mayor, just in regards to, just want to bring to your attention and Councillor Best's attention, the first line, where it's got the wide range of issues identified above. Well, unfortunately, this chamber voted down point 3, so they didn't believe that list were they didn't believe there were issues. So surely we can't refer to something that now doesn't exist.
Yep, thank you. Good pickup. So probably that having regard to the wide range of issues identified and sobering.
Just play it above.
Okay, I think it looks all right now. Okay. All right. So did anybody want to speak to, against, questions? Oh, Councillor Best.
Well. Yeah, it's been a long night, hasn't it? This may, who knows? This might be the last time we meet. It's that serious, and I think people watching tonight might be a little confused about our capacity, to say the least. And I think, in this brief 3 minutes I've got, I really want to reach out and thank particularly Bruce McLaughlin and, of course, Troy Marquette, Julie Pillen, and of course, Councillor Gale. They have been champions. They have not let me down. They have believed in what I raise, and it's been a great team relationship. And I hope I've not led them astray in the stuff I put up. I put it up with my hand on my heart that I try and get it right. I've put up over 100 items into the chamber, and I won't suggest some of the items that others have put up, but it seems going to briefings is the kind of be and end all, but actually bringing matters into the chamber on behalf of your community, it doesn't seem to rate a mention in the local paper. So it's been a pleasure going through all this stuff. It's been very difficult. It's been a very long 3 years for us. It's so sad that it's ending the way it is. I'm pretty good with the political machinery. I'm not a party person that just gets pre-selected and gets across the line. I can only get across the line being Mr. Independent, and that's just day to day for me. But I cannot see in any way, shape or form how any of us can possibly come back from this. Anyone who thought they had a career beyond council, I'm sorry, boys and girls, that is just ended. And no matter how hard you paint this and push it away and blame the auditors and blame the audit committee and blame the external auditors and blame the staff, it's us, guys. There's no running away from this one. There's a long, long journey to go on this one. And I mean, it hasn't really started to play out. I don't think it's come to us to realise just how far this goes. Like the 100 million we're going to borrow, that's just going to cover operational stuff. That's not even going to pay back the accounts. Those accounts are empty by a couple of 100 million. How do you fill those accounts back up? How do you do the work that those accounts were meant to do?
Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
Councillor Best is raising information that's not in the motion that he's putting forward, or that was discussed in the debate or the questioning. So he's introducing information from out of thin air that is got nothing, that he's doing like a reverend farewell as a Pied Piper, an oracle. Who doesn't have? So I'd like him to stick to the facts.
Councillor Best, you have strayed. So
well, no, I haven't, because all this is to do with part of the $197.3 million that we've lost over the full term. And that's got to come from somewhere. We've got to cover that off somewhere, and plus all the other losses that we know that are all buried in confidential. But the 100 million doesn't even go to top those funds up. That 100 million just gets consumed
Councillor
by.
Best, we're not talking about that now. We're actually talking about item 4, which has got nothing to do with the $100 million.
It's got everything to do with it. It's to do with everything that's wrong in the business.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Oh, come on, guys. Just go home.
Councillor Best knows the rules of debate, and you don't raise new information in the closing comments of a debate. You address the motion that you've got on the live and that you're hoping that people will support, and you speak around the grounds of what was raised either in the questioning or the comments on this item 4. You know, you've been a councillor for 30 years or something like that, Councillor Best. I thought you would know the rules of debate by now.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Best, you've completely strayed. So if you can just wrap up your final, it's not the page, it's item 4.
So on this here, we're talking about identifying the sobering comedy from the Auditor General, which is here. That's the Auditor General's report, and it is scathing and outlining millions of dollars of loss. So like, you're just playing with semantics. And this is why we're where we're at. And Doug, you think it's cute like this, but the careers we thought we had are over now because we didn't have oversight. The back room has just basically run away from us, and it's been carte blanche for those in the back of the building. And unfortunately for us at the helm, we got hold of the wheel and we're responsible for the rocks. Good evening to you all.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillors, I therefore put the motion part 4, moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor Marquette. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway. Councillors, it does appear to be unanimous. Thank you for the last matter on the business paper. I now declare the meeting closed at 12:46, and yep. Good night, everybody. I've got nothing. Thank you.